my people, I am live with you, and this is my first time going live on this new channel that a brother gave to me, and I totally appreciate the brother for giving me this channel. Um, this channel was given to me by a brother, and I, with the help of God Almighty, I will do my best to bring content out that is noteworthy. So I am going to be reacting today. We are going to be reacting to a debate of a debate a debate between Anthony Rogers and a guy called Shaheed Lewis. So we're going to look into that debate, and we are going to react to that debate. And I often look at the comment of my subscribers, and I will share your comment if your comment is something worth sharing, because this is a family affair. And thank you, Amazing Grace. Thank you, Christian Prince Vaught, Happy Frenzy, Jim, what is it, Birazo. Thank you guys for joining. And as I say, we are going to be reacting to a video of a debate with Anthony Rogers and a guy called Shaheed Lewis. And we're going to see how the Muslim operate, the way they think, the narrow-mindedness we're going to see here. But before we begin, I want to say all praises to the triune God, the God who is above all gods, the God who gives us wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And as I always say, Islam is nothing but pure nonsense. So let's get into this video, and we are going to take it from there. I have decided to do a little different with this channel that I was given by a gracious person, and I thank him so much. And we're going to make it a family affair. So anyone who want to join in at any time, can join in, and we talk about what the video we are going to. So let me give you the link so that we could share this, become a family affair, because this is how I plan to do this channel. And that is the link. So a Muslim could join in, no disrespect. You can't come here any disrespect for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. No disrespect at all. If you want to join in, that's okay. But let's share this video and let's start. Okay. Okay, so we are gonna share this video here and start the stream and go live. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. So this video was done during the our Strong Tower National Apologetic Conference, and that was just like less than a week ago, maybe a week ago, just over a week ago. So let's get into the debate, and we are going to actually start from where the guy started. So here we go.
Let's go ahead and throw you guys up here. There we go. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. I'm going to go over the rules real quick, and then finally each will have 4 minutes for the conclusion. So my question to you guys is, are we ready? Okay, then let's dive on in.
Okay, let us begin. So, who is this particular person they're looking for? All right, let's get started. We're starting.
He even started the debate out. Who is this particular person we are looking for? Searching for Muhammad. Muhammad is lost and found. When I used to work in the hotel in Jamaica, they have this thing called lost and found, where guests would leave things, cameras and stuff like that, and we put it in the lost and found. So this guy is actually in lost and found, searching for Muhammad, and searching for Muhammad in places that Muhammad could never be. The only places in the Bible that Muhammad can be is wherever they speak. The Bible speak about a false prophet, and we will show you that Muhammad is actually prophesied in spoke about, not prophesied, but spoke about in Deuteronomy 18. We will show you that Muhammad is actually spoke about in Deuteronomy 18, but not the way this clown is trying to sell Muhammad.
In John chapter 1, let's start at verse 19 so we can get a fuller context of what's going on here. So here it says, now this was John's testimony when the Jewish leaders in Jerusalem sent priests and Levites to ask him who he was.
I want you guys to pay attention. Who sent the people? Who sent priests and Levi? We're just going to go back over this just a little bit to show you who sent the priests and Levi.
Okay, let us begin. So, who is this particular person they're looking for? All right, let's get started. We're starting in John chapter 1. Let's start at verse 19 so we can get a fuller context of what's going on here. So here it says, now this was John's testimony when the Jewish leaders in Jerusalem sent priests and Levites to ask him who he was. He did not fail to confess, but confessed freely, I am not the Messiah. It's one person. They asked him then, who are you? Are you Elijah? He said, I am not. Second person. They asked him again, are you the prophet? He answered, no. Three people they're asking him about. Right? Clearly looking for three distinct persons. It goes on. Finally, they said, who are you? Give us an answer to take back to those who sent us. What do you say about yourself? John replied in the words of Isaiah, I am the voice of one calling in the wilderness to make straight the way of the Lord. Now the Pharisees who had been sent questioned him, why then do you baptize if you are not the Messiah, nor Elijah, nor the prophet? So that gives us some context to what's going on here. Basically the leadership of the Jews are looking for three distinct persons.
So what we see here, this Muslim, the naive, you just could see how naive this guy is and gullible. That for him, because the Jewish leaders were looking for three persons, what he's saying is that the Jewish leader have to be right. Do you notice that these are the same Jewish leaders who did not see Jesus as the Messiah because they could not see his sign? They could not read the signs clearly that point to Jesus as the Messiah. But this clown is taking them. The same Jewish leader sent these people and said, these people asked three questions. Are you the Messiah? Are you Elijah? Are you the prophet? But we are seeing that these Jewish leaders were not, they were blind leaders. Why do we see that? Because they denied the Messiah. They could not even see the sign of the Messiahs. the sign of the Messiah, the signs of the Messiah in the Old Testament, in the Tanakh. They could not see the signs of the Messiah. But this clown is using them as gateway to point to Muhammad. So blind leading blind. So the blind leaders are leading this clown. And let me show you exactly that Jesus called these leaders blind. Let me show you that Jesus called these leaders blind. And we show you that this clown is not even worthy to debate anybody. So let's just show you guys that Jesus called these leaders blind. So why is this guy following blind leaders? I want to know, why is this guy following blind leaders? So let's go, let's show you something. We don't know why he chooses to follow blind leaders, because this is why I say, listen to who send these people. He said the leaders of the Jews send the people to John the Baptist. So if the leaders of the Jews send the people to John the Baptist, why would you, as a sane person, choose to follow the leaders of the Jew? Why would you choose to follow them? I don't see why you would choose to follow them. Listen what Jesus, this is Matthew 23, verse 13 to 17. Here is Jesus speaking. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, scribes and Pharisees. Who are these? These are leaders of the Jews. Hypocrites, you shut the door of the kingdom of heaven in people's face, for you won't go in, and you don't allow those entering to go in. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! You travel over the land and sea to make one convert, and when he becomes one, you make him twice as much a child of hell as you are. Do you notice what this is? You make him twice as much a child of hell as you are. But this is the clown. These are the people that this clown Shadid decided to follow and say, oh, they must know what they're talking about if they're saying there are 3 prophets to be looked for. This clown cannot see that these people may make a mistake, and the one called the prophet could also be the Messiah. The one called the prophet could also be the Messiah, because it's obvious that these people were making mistakes. They made so much mistake to the point that someone actually said to Jesus, when Jesus says he will die, someone actually said to Jesus, we heard that the Messiah will last forever. So how come you saying that? I'm paraphrasing. How come you are saying that you will die? Let me actually show you where that is said. So let me show you that. Let me actually read it, because I think it's, yes, right here. John 12, right. The crowd spoke up. We have heard from the law that the Messiah will remain forever. So how can you say the Son of Man must be lifted up? Who is the Son of Man? Do you see this? That the Jews did not understand what they were reading. A lot of the Jews did not understand what they were reading. They did not see that the Messiah must suffer. And even in Islam, according to Islam, the Messiah was taken. The Messiah was taken. But the Jews understand that the Messiah was to remain forever. The Jews understand that the Messiah was to remain forever. John 12, verse 34. The crowd spoke up. We have heard from the law that the Messiah will remain forever. So how can you say the Son of Man must be lifted up? Who is the Son of Man? They didn't even know these things. They didn't even know these things. And when he said they heard from the law, did they have a Torah for themselves? When the crowd have a Torah for themselves, or do they go to the temple and the law was read in the temple? They used to go to the temple and the leaders would read the law. The Pharisees and the scribes, they would read the law in the temple, and that's how they learn. But to show you that the Pharisees and the scribe, the leaders, did not understand the law, they did not see Isaiah 53, they did not understand all this stuff, they did not understand the book of Daniel, they talk about the cutting off of the Messiah. They did not see these things. So what this Muslim Shaheed is doing is the blind leading the blind. Shaheed is a blind man. Muhammad was a blind man. And here is Shaheed being led by the blind leaders of Israel. The blind leaders of Israel, because I show you here with Jesus talking about the leaders of Israel. He said, woe to you, blind guides. Verse 16, do you see this? Woe to you, blind guides who say, whoever takes an oath by the temple, it means nothing. But whosoever take an oath by the gold in the temple is bound by his oath. Blind fools. So guess what? Shaheed is led by blind fools. While we listen to the Messiah, we listen to his disciples, because the Messiah says the disciples are given the wisdom to understand the kingdom. We find that, I think in Matthew 13, we will find that, Matthew 11, I can't remember exactly, we find that. But who is Shaheed following? Shaheed is following blind fools, blind fools, blind fool like Muhammad. Shaheed is following blind guides like Muhammad. So these people believe that there is going to be three people, three prophets, three different people to come, one the Messiah, one Elijah, and one the prophet. But it does not appeal to Shaheed that it could only be two. Why? Because the people were making a mistake. And if you look at this, the response of Anthony Roger, you see perfect response. But what I want to do is, there were some places where Anthony did not answer him, because that's what the debate was about. But I want to go into those places where Anthony did not respond to him. So let's get back to the video.
Word gets around about John the Baptist doing the work that he was doing. So they send some of their men to go question him to find out who he just might be. Perhaps he might be one of these three persons that they're looking for. As you heard very clearly, they were looking for the Christ. They were looking for Elijah. And they were looking for the prophet.
And as I say, this clown, he cannot, his mind is so caught up into the stupidity of Islam that he cannot conclude and say, could the prophet be the Messiah? Could the prophet be the Messiah? Yes, the prophet is the Messiah. And literally, the prophet is the Messiah. Because the Messiah told us that Moses spoke about him. And you will see where our brother Anthony Roger had made that clear to this clown, but I have nothing to say. It's like an empty vessel just making noise.
Okay. He said he was neither one of these persons, but we still need to find out who they are so we can eliminate certain persons and then isolate one, right? As far as the first one, the Christ, we all know who that is, right? If you have any doubt, let's go over it to make sure no one has any doubt, right? We know who the Christ is. In Mark chapter 8, starting at verse 27, it's really 27 through 29. Jesus and his disciples, they say, went on to the villages around Caesarea Philippi. On the way, he asked them, who do people say that I am? They replied.
Do you notice that Jesus asked his disciple, who do people say I am? And listen to the answer from the people.
Some say John the Baptist. Others say Elijah. And still others, one of the prophets.
So notice what the people say. He's one of the prophets. One of the prophets. And they also say that he's Elijah. And some say John the Baptist. What does that mean? That the people, you cannot follow what the people says. You have to follow the authority, the people who are given authority to speak. That's what you have to follow, the people who are given authority. But what this guy is doing is following just anybody. Who are the leaders of the Jews? When Jesus came, did they have authority to teach about Jesus or to teach about anything? No, they did not have any authority. Why? Because Jesus is calling them blind and they are fools. Who was the authority at the time of Jesus? Jesus is the authority. Jesus is the authority. John the Baptist is the authority. Jesus is the authority, because these are the two prophets that were sent at the time. So John the Baptist is authority and Jesus is authority. So you can't say, oh, the people were looking for 3 prophets, so they are right. What make them right? What make them right? Oh, they're looking for 3 distinct people to come. What make them right? Where is your proof that they are right? You have no proof that they are right. The people, you could tell the people were not guided right, because people were saying, some say he is John the Baptist, some say, but the disciples knew who he was. Why did they know who he was? Because they are with him and he is their teacher. He told them, you have one teacher and the Messiah is your teacher. So they know because they were with him. And how did Peter know that he is the Messiah, the Son of the living God? The Father revealed that to Peter, not the scribes and the Pharisees. The scribes and the Pharisees didn't know what they were talking about. So how is this clown following what the scribes and the Pharisees says? I don't know.
But to be clear, he says, but what about you? He asked, who do you say that I am?
Do you notice what Jesus did? He asked them what the people say that he is. And then he asked his disciple, who do you? Because they have the authority. They have more authority than the people. So Jesus is asking them, like, who do you say I am? You are believers. Who am I? So if you're going to want to know anything about who is to come, who you got to learn from believers, from true believers. You cannot learn from people who are blind, people who are false doctrine and all that stuff. But this is what this clown decided to do, to learn from the leaders who are blind. So the Messiah is saying that the leaders are blind, and this is who this clown decided to follow, just like he followed the blind Arab Muhammad.
Peter answered, you are the Messiah, right? We got the rumors that other people are saying you're this, you're that, you're Elijah, one of the prophets, John the Baptist. Yeah, but what about you? Who do you say that I am? Let's make it clear. Who do you say that I am? And Peter's answer was, you are the Messiah. Was Peter wrong? Jesus warned them not to tell anyone about him. We get a little bit more in the Gospel of Matthew. In Matthew chapter 17, same thing, same incident. He's asking his disciples, excuse me, I'm sorry, not 17. That is Matthew 16, excuse me. In Matthew 16, same incident takes place. Peter says a little bit more. He says, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus responds that Peter is correct, that he could have only gotten an answer from heaven. So he's confirming that Peter's response was correct. And
And he didn't say that he got an answer from heaven. Getting an answer from heaven doesn't have to come from God, because there are more than one heaven. He didn't say that he got an answer from heaven. He said, flesh and blood didn't tell you that, but my Father in heaven. My Father in heaven, who he got the answer from, not from heaven. Do you see the clown man? Instead of representing the Bible in the right way, he decided, oh, he got an answer from heaven. Anything could come from heaven, because heaven is not one tier. You know, the Bible speaks of 3 heavens. So when he says, oh, you got your answer from heaven, and that's the problem with these Mohammedans, is that they believe that anything come from heaven is from God, and that Muhammad saw this angel with how many wings? 600 wings. Muhammad saw an angel, a quote unquote angel, big like the horizon. Have you ever seen how big the horizon is? If you go out on a level piece of land and you look how big the horizon is, Muhammad saw an angel big like the horizon, you know, and that's what he gets his revelation from. They believe that anything come from heaven got to be from God. Heaven, which heaven? Which heaven are they talking about? You know, so for him to say it comes from heaven, he got his answer from heaven. No, he got his answer from the Father. That's what the verse says. You know, that it's the Father in heaven who revealed that to Peter. He didn't say his answer from heaven. The Father in heaven.
And accurate. So therefore, we know who the Christ is. If anybody had any doubt, the Christ, that's Jesus, right? The Messiah, the Christ, that's Jesus. So, okay, we know who that is. Put that to the side. All right, but what about Elijah, though? Who's Elijah? Now, according to John, he said that he was not Elijah, right? He said very clearly he's not. He said he was neither of the 3 persons they were.
So this is, you know, when you are there, if somebody asking you a question and you are present and you are there, you understand the context in which the question is asked. So if they're asking him if he is literally Elijah, and he said no, that's what they were. The context they're asking him is that, are you literally Elijah? He said no, because he was not literally Elijah, because that's not the context that he came in. So if we take a look at let's take a look at something, and I will show you guys who how to understand how John the Baptist is Elijah and not really Elijah. He's not really Elijah, the person of Elijah, but he is Elijah. Here we go. This is talking about John the Baptist. So here is the angel speaking to Zechariah, John the Baptist's father. And he said, for he, referring to John the Baptist, he says, for he will be great in the sight of the Lord and will never drink wine or beer. He will be filled with the Holy Spirit while still in his mother's womb. And we see where that was fulfilled. When Mary met with Elizabeth, the child leapt in, and John the Baptist was still in the womb of his mom, and the Holy Spirit caused him to move in his mother's womb. So you see where that was fulfilled. He will turn many of the children of Israel to the Lord their God, and he will go before him in the spirit and power of Elijah. And he will go before him, go before who? Go before the Lord, go before him. And who did he go before? Jesus. So he will go before him in the spirit and power of Elijah. So when they asked John the Baptist, are you Elijah? No, he was not Elijah. He was just in the spirit and power of Elijah. So when Jesus says that John the Baptist was Elijah, it's just a figure of speech, that he is in the power, the spirit and power of Elijah. He wasn't the actual Elijah. So let's let him continue.
Looking for. He clearly says, I'm not Elijah. However, there's an issue here because according to Jesus, John was Elijah.
There is no issue there. When you can't when you have a reading disability, then it become an issue. There is no issue. An issue is a problem. There is no issue. The angel told you that he will go in the spirit of Elijah, and Jesus is saying that he is Elijah. Why? Because he is a representative. He's in the spirit of Elijah. And this is how he is Elijah. But he is not the literal Elijah.
So for the sake of argument, we're going to put more authority in what Jesus had to say in this issue and say, okay, fine. We'll take Jesus' word for it. But let's see what he says about John to understand that he's saying that John the Baptist was Elijah. Again, even though John said he wasn't, John said, I'm clearly not Elijah. But according to Jesus, Jesus says that he was Elijah. This is in Matthew chapter 17.
We already cleared that up. So when John said he was not Elijah, literally, he is not Elijah, but he is in the spirit of Elijah. But to show you that the people who were coming to John the Baptist understand nothing that was going on, and should not be people that you follow and take doctrine from, because they were coming asking him if he was the literal Elijah, which he was not, because the angel already clarified how he is Elijah. He is in the spirit of Elijah, and that's how he can be referred to as Elijah, but he is not the actual Elijah. How do we know that? How do we know that? We see the transfiguration. Do we see that? We see Moses and Elijah in the transfiguration. We see Moses and Elijah. We didn't see Moses and John the Baptist. So we know that there is Elijah and there is John the Baptist. But because John the Baptist is in the spirit of Elijah, he is referred to as Elijah by Jesus. But Jesus was not saying that John the Baptist is literally Elijah. He was just showing that he is a representative of Elijah.
Says then the disciples, excuse me, let me go back. I'm sorry. Let's go to verse 10. Matthew 17, starting at verse 10. The disciples asked him, then why do the teachers of the law say that Elijah must come first? Jesus replied, to be sure, Elijah comes and will restore all things. But I tell you, Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but have done to him everything they wished. In the same way, the Son of Man is going to suffer at their hands. Then the disciples understood that he was talking to them about John the Baptist.
But do you notice that Jesus didn't have to say that John the Baptist is Elijah? The disciples understood it. The disciples understood it because this is how the Holy Spirit worked. The disciples understood that he was talking about John the Baptist. He didn't say that Elijah is John the Baptist. Jesus didn't say that. But they understood it just like the angel prophesied it. Just like the angel prophesied it, that John the Baptist, let me read it again, and he will go before him in the spirit and power of Elijah to turn the hearts of the fathers to their children and the disobedient to the understanding of the righteous, to make ready for the Lord a prepared people. So you see, the disciples understood it just like the angel prophesied. But they didn't look at John the Baptist, oh, John the Baptist is Elijah. No, they did not think that John the Baptist is literally Elijah. They know that he is in the power of Elijah because the Holy Spirit was revealing things to them. Just like when Jesus asked his disciple, who do men think I am? And Peter said, you are the Messiah, the Son of the living God. And Jesus could say, flesh and blood did not reveal that to you, because the Holy Spirit was with them, revealing things to them as Jesus spoke, they were enlightened by the Holy Spirit.
So according to Jesus here, John the Baptist was in some way Elijah returning.
And I'm glad he said that. This is the most sense he makes so far. Was in some way Elijah returning. In what way? According to the angel, he came in the spirit and power of Elijah.
Okay, again, we understand John the Baptist said he wasn't Elijah, but according to Jesus,
why is this clown revealing this thing? Why is he repeating himself? Because in his mind, his stupidity is telling him that there is a contradiction when there is not. This is why he's repeating himself like this. And if you notice this clown, if you go to his channel, anywhere you go, you will see this clown saying, this is corrupt, but he wants to use, if you look from this, it's like what, 9 verses from the corrupt Bible, quote unquote corrupt Bible. This guy wants to use 9 verses from the corrupt Bible to say Muhammad is prophesied in that. So it is okay for this clown to use to find Muhammad, to find Nemo. To find Nomo. It is okay for this clown to use to think to find Nomo, but it's not okay for us to use to find salvation. Do you see how clownish this cartoon character is? It is okay for him to use to find Nomo, but it is not okay to think to find Nomo. Notice what we got to put it right. It is okay for him to use to think to find Nomo, but it's not okay for Christians to use the Bible to find their salvation. It's so corrupt, but you can find Muhammad in there, but it's so corrupt that you cannot find salvation in it. Wow. This is the stupidity of clowns like this.
But according to Jesus, John the Baptist was Elijah returned. So two people are, we got who two people are. We know who the Messiah is. That's Christ. That's Jesus.
And who told this clown that it's 3 people? Who told this clown that it's 3 people? So the blind leading the blind. The blind leading the blind. When Jesus asked his disciple, who do people say that I am? There were 3 answers given. One of the prophet, and Elijah, and John the Baptist, just to show you that the people didn't believe that Elijah was coming back as Elijah, because they see Jesus and they were thinking Jesus was Elijah. So we see that coming back as Elijah is coming back in a different way. It wasn't like, oh, Elijah himself was gonna come back according to the understanding of some of the people, because they mistake Jesus for Elijah. But we can follow those people because those people are not spiritually guided. Who do you follow? Who do you follow? If you are going to follow anybody, who do you follow? The Messiah. He is the one that that John the Baptist came to make way for. So he is our guide. No one else is our guide. No one else is our guide. John the Baptist is to guide the people to the Messiah. That's what John the Baptist's job is to do, to guide the people to make way for the Messiah. We are to follow the Messiah. So when this clown decided to follow some Jewish leader looking for 3 different prophets, we see where he totally make a mistake, because the Jewish leaders were erring. They were in error. They were totally in error, to the point where they did not even recognize the Messiah that they were waiting for. They went to John the Baptist to ask John the Baptist if he was the Messiah. Do you see that they weren't looking? If they were looking for the signs, the real signs of the Messiah, then they would not ask John the Baptist if he was the Messiah. So they are blind people looking for things that's not there.
We know who Elijah returned is in some form. That is John the Baptist. So who is this last person? This prophet they were looking for. The prophet, right? The prophet, because of course Jesus was a prophet. John the Baptist himself was a prophet. But they were looking for a particular prophet, as we can see here. The prophet is what they were looking for. And be clear that these were 3 different persons. This is why they came.
Be clear that there were 3 different persons. Under whose standard were there 3 different persons? Were there 3 different persons under people who were guided standard? Or there were 3 different persons under people who were not guided standard? There were people who were blind, following blind guides. That, oh, we're looking for 3 people. We are looking for 3 persons. But is Jesus telling his disciple that there were 3 people, 3 persons? No. Jesus didn't tell his disciple that there were 3 persons. So who should we follow? The Messiah? Or should we follow anyone other than the Messiah? Should we follow the blind leaders who send men to ask John the Baptist question? No, we should follow the Messiah. And the Messiah said Moses spoke about him. So he is the one that Moses spoke about. And you will see that this clown believed that the prophet is the same one that Moses spoke about.
Kept asking the question. When he answered no to one, they said, okay, they went to the next one. When he said no to the next one, they then asked a 3rd question. So it is clear that they were looking for 3 different persons.
And do you see how foolish this guy is? I could go to a building and I'm looking for 3 different persons to speak to, when there is only one person playing all roles of these three titles that I asked for. So if I go to a building and I said, I want to speak to the manager, and if it's possible, I would like to speak to the owner. You know, I walk up to the receptionist and I said to the receptionist, the person at the desk, I said, I want to speak to the manager, and if it is possible, I want to speak to the owner. And the person could say, I am the manager. And you speak to the person and then said, may I speak to the owner? And he said, I am also the owner. Because what? Not because you have all these titles, the Messiah, the prophet, that doesn't mean that it is 2 different people. That's a mistake that the Jewish leaders make, because they were blind guides. We see that Jesus, he already proved to us from the book of Matthew 16 that Jesus is the Messiah. And our brother Anthony Roger will prove in his rebuttal and also in his first go around, in the first round, that this person, Jesus, already admitted that Moses spoke about him. And if Jesus is saying that Moses spoke about him, where else could Moses speak about him but in the Deuteronomy 18? That's the only place that Moses could have spoken about him, Deuteronomy 18, and I think there's also Deuteronomy, some other place in Deuteronomy. But Deuteronomy 18, where Moses speak about Jesus. So I don't know why he decided to follow the blind guides instead of following Jesus. Why did he decide to, oh, let's follow the blind guide instead of following, he'd rather follow Jesus Christ than follow blind people. But this Muslim, because the Muslim have a cognitive deficiency when they decide to become a Muslim, you know, when they decide to follow Muhammad, he is following blind people instead of following the Messiah. Here is what the Messiah says. If you believe Moses, this is John 5 verse 46. If you believe Moses, you would believe me because he wrote about me. John 5 verse 46. Moses wrote about Jesus. Moses wrote about Jesus. Luke 24 verse 27. And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he explained to them what was written in all the scriptures about himself. So do you see? So Jesus tell us that Moses wrote about him. So where is it that Moses wrote about Jesus? That's the question.
So then who is this last person? Who is this prophet? This particular special prophet that they were looking for? Again, Jesus is the Christ, the Messiah. John the Baptist is Elijah returned. Who therefore then is this prophet? Well, when we look at these verses, the Bible cross references of the Christians tell us that this goes back to Deuteronomy chapter 18, where a particular prophet, a special prophet is told would come to the Israelites.
Notice what he says. A special prophet will come to the Israelites. He actually killing himself there. A special prophet will come to the Israelites. And who did Jesus say he came to? He said, I was sent to the last sheep of Israel. He wasn't sent only for the last sheep of Israel, but he was sent to them because they are the one who should receive and give. In the book of Zechariah 8, I think verse 23, he says, in those days, 10 people shall take hold of a Jew and said, by the hem of his robe, and said, we heard the Lord, I'm paraphrasing here, we heard the Lord is with you. Come, let us go with you. We heard the Lord is with you. So let me actually read that, because what? It's prophecy. So Jesus come to fulfill prophecy. And this is how prophecy is fulfilled. You know, Muhammad have no place in this. Muhammad have no place in this at all. They could do all kind of acrobatic somersault and triple backflip or whatever they call it, cartwheel or whatever. They cannot get Muhammad into this. Thus said the Lord of hosts, in those days, 10 men from the nation of every tongue shall take hold of the robe of a Jew, saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. So Jesus came to the Jew to fulfill these things. Jesus came to the Jew. This is Zechariah 8 verse 23. Jesus came to the Jew to fulfill these things. And you notice what this guy says, that Moses said to the Jew. Moses said to the Jew,
prophet, this particular special prophet that they were looking for. Again, Jesus is the Christ, the Messiah. John the Baptist is Elijah returned. Who therefore then is this prophet? Well, when we look at these verses, the Bible cross references of the Christians tell us that this goes back to Deuteronomy chapter 18, where a particular prophet, a special prophet is told would come to the Israelites.
So a specific prophet will come to the Israelites. What a clown, man. And this is why the Jews came to John the Baptist, an Israelite. They came to John the Baptist, an Israelite, and if all the people that they mentioned, are you the prophet? Why did they ask him if he was the prophet? Because the prophet is supposed to be an Israelite. Why did they ask him if he is Elijah? Because Elijah is an Israelite. Why did they ask him if he is the Messiah? The Messiah is supposed to be an Israelite. Do you see how clownish and foolish this guy is? Somebody need to examine his head, because when he was a child, it seemed like his mama was running to catch the bus with him in his hand, and he fell out of his mama's head and hit his head. Somebody need to turn him upside down, hit the other side of his head to put him back into his senses. How does this have nothing to do with Muhammad? The clown is following the blind leaders, and even the blind leaders is telling this clown that, hey, we are looking for a Jewish prophet, a Jewish Messiah, and a Jewish Elijah. We're not looking for an outsider. We're not looking for an Arab. No, we are not. What is wrong with this clown, man? Where is the head on this Muslim? Where is the head on this Muslim? And to imagine that Muhammad says the witness of a woman is half that of a man. Can you imagine that? If the witness of a Muslim woman is equal to half of Shadid, can you imagine? If he already have cognitive problem, what kind of category is Muhammad putting women in? If a woman's witness is half of Shadid's witness, wow. cognitive problem, like literally, bro. Find your brain, man. Somebody flush your brain down the drain. Find your brain. Something is wrong with your brain.
Let's read a little bit to see. Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 18. It says, Moses is speaking here. I will raise them up, or being spoken to, giving revelation. I will raise them up a prophet.
Do you notice how quickly he go through that? I will raise them up. I will raise who up? Cognitive problem. I will raise them up. I will raise, who is them? Who is Moses talking to? Who is God talking to? Who is God talking to? Who is God talking to? And this is how you know that this guy doesn't really think before he speaks. Who is God talking to? Who is God talking to when he said that? Then the Lord said to me, they are spoken well. Notice the context. And this is why you don't let a Muslim read for you. Never let a Muslim read for you, because a Muslim have one-track mind only to establish the clown called Muhammad, not to teach anything of sense. Take things out of context. This is what you ask for of the Lord. So the people ask that Moses, the people make certain requirement from God. And Moses is saying, this is what you ask of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, let us not hear the voice of the Lord. Who is he talking to? Who is the context? Let us not hear the voice of our God, I see the great fire anymore, so that we will not die. So the people of Israel say, we don't want to hear God's voice anymore. We don't want to see that great fire anymore. We don't want to die. We are scared of God speaking so openly to us. Then the Lord said to me, they have spoken well. Notice he says, they have spoken well. So who is they? Israel. I will rise up for them a prophet like you. I will rise up for who? I will rise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers. I will put my words in his mouth, and he will tell them everything I command him. He will tell them. Who is it them? If we go into context, who is this prophet going to talk to? Them, Israel, not anybody outsider. And this is why Jesus came to Israel. I was sent only to the last sheep of Israel, because Israel is the light, the guide for the other nation. We see that when we read the book of Zechariah that I read to you before. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in those days 10 men from the nations of every tongue shall take hold of the robe of a Jew, saying, let us go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. Zechariah 8 verse 23. And it's all over Jeremiah, all over Isaiah, corresponding verses. But if you notice what Jesus did, Jesus chose disciples, all of them Israelite, to send to the nation. In Matthew 28 verse 18, he said, go make disciples of all nations. Because it is the Jews that were supposed to bring salvation to the rest of the world, not an Arab man. So I don't know how this clown decided, oh, I'm going to just take this out of context and just say, oh, this must be talking about Muhammad. No. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brethren, and not because this prophet got to be an Israelite, have to be an Israelite. Because if the prophet is going to be like Moses, then the prophet is going to be a ruler and a leader. And God told the Jews not to make any foreigner rule over them. They should never make a foreigner rule over them. That's what God told the Jews. And Muhammad wanted to rule the Jews. You know, but God told the Jews never to make a foreigner rule over them. So Islamic rule can never be what the Jews will follow. Islamic law can never be what the Jews will follow. Never, so let me see if I find this real thought where he said, never let a foreigner rule over you. No, it is supposed to be in Deuteronomy 17, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Deuteronomy 17, verse 15. Be sure to appoint over you a ruler, the Lord your God choose. A king, the Lord your God choose. He must be from among your fellow Israelites. Do not place a foreigner over you, one who is not an Israelite. And if you notice what the Quran says in Quran 4 verse 65, it says that Muhammad must rule all aspects of your life. So let's read Quran 4 verse 65. We see that Muhammad could never be this person. But no, by your Lord, they will not truly believe until they make you, O Muhammad, judge concerning that over which they dispute among themselves, and then find themselves no discomfort from what you have judged and submit full willing submission. So Muhammad is a judge over these people. And what the Bible says, never let a foreigner rule over you. It must be a fellow Israelite that rule over them. So Muhammad could never be that person. It's clear that Muhammad could never be that person, and it's clear that the salvation comes through the Jews. And Jesus even echoed that. Jesus even echoed that in John 4, verse 22. John 4, verse 22, what did Jesus say? In John 4, 22. You Samaritan worship what you do not know. We worship what we do know, for salvation is from the Jews. Salvation is from the Jews. Totally. So we see where Zechariah is telling us that men from other nations will take all of the Jews and say, come, let us go with you, because we heard that God is with you. And we see where Jesus is saying that salvation is from the Jews, because it is true. The Bible is cohesive. You can't rip things out of context. And this is what the naive wolf, Shadid, is thinking of doing.
From among their brethren, like you, I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of them or of him.
So the funny thing about it, how did words get into Muhammad's mouth? How, according to Islam, how did words get into Muhammad's mouth? Did Allah put words into Muhammad's mouth? No. Did Allah put words into Muhammad's mouth? No. A critter grabbed Muhammad in the cave at Hira, choke him like an MMA fighter 3 times until he couldn't bear it anymore. Then he run out of the cave screaming like a girl chased by bees, and then claim that he's a prophet. His wife make him a prophet, because he believed that he was possessed by Satan, and his wife make him a prophet. But we see Allah didn't put no words in Muhammad's mouth. It's not like how Moses got words straight from God Almighty. Moses got words straight from God Almighty. Allah didn't put no words. Muhammad even say the revelation come to him like the ringing of a bell. And then Muhammad even say the bell is the instrument of Satan. So a bell was putting words in Muhammad's mouth, and the bell is the instrument of Satan. So I don't see how this clown is saying that Allah put words in Muhammad's mouth, when according to the Quran is the word of a noble messenger. The Quran is the word of a noble messenger. So how did Allah let's look at this right here. So this is the Quran. Quran 69 verse 40. That indeed the Quran is the word of a noble messenger. And if you look at the tafsir, it means that the Quran is the word of Jibril. So how is this clown saying that Muhammad have Allah's word? Muhammad never hear Allah speak. Allah never speak to Muhammad. So how is this clown saying that Muhammad heard Allah speak? I don't know. Now look at this, my people, my friends. I will look at your comment in a minute, because I love to involve people's comment. So after I show this and kind of show you some things, then I will read some comment. You know, forgive me if I haven't looked at your comment yet. You know, I like to involve the subscribers and the people in the chat. So thank you guys for watching, and God bless everyone out here. The Great Commissioner, my brother, is here. Thank you guys so much. I respect I respect you guys. I love you guys. So listen to this. Do you see this? This is Surah 69 verse 40. That indeed the Quran is the word of a noble messenger. So how is this clown saying that Allah put his word in Muhammad's mouth when the Quran is a confusing book that says, oh, the word of Allah is the word of Jibril. The Quran is a confusing book. The Quran is a confusing book, a very foolish, confusing book, and that might not even be the only surah that says that. I think there is another surah that actually says that. Let me check 81 verse this. This might be it. That indeed the Quran is a word. Notice what the thief right here do. Sai International, they have to put their own words into parentheses to help Allah to write. That indeed the Quran is a word, and they put conveyed by a noble messenger. But look at this, speak that this is the truth, the word of an honored messenger. Do you see that? Yusuf Ali picked out, because these Mushin Khan and Sai International are Allah themselves. They write their own Quran. They are a version of Allah. They write their own Quran. Mushin Khan. If you look at the words they put into parentheses just to help Allah to write, because Allah have a writing problem. Allah have a writing problem. So, do you see? So, Muhammad never get Allah word. Moses get Jehovah's word. Jehovah's word came directly to Moses. Spoke directly to Moses. Jesus heard directly from his father. Muhammad was never a prophet like Moses. So I don't know what is wrong with this clown. You know, and I sing often, so you guys will hear some songs from me. Don't you know, I'm from Jamaica. So I will sing for you guys, and you know, don't get discouraged when I sing. Because sometimes I go off into these singing vibes. So, you know, I love you guys, man, and thank you guys for being here. You know, I have all respect to the brother who gave me this channel, because I think he sees something that I am doing that is right. So he decided to give me this channel, and I take my hat off to him. And brother, if you are watching, if there's anything I can do for you, man, don't be shy to ask. You know, anything I can do for you, man. If you are in need in any way, man, and you need help, man, just reach out to me. What I have is for Jesus, so I'll give you from what Jesus gave to me. So let's get back to this.
So apparently they were still looking for this prophet, right? Even at the time of Jesus and John the Baptist, they apparently were still looking for this prophet.
And what this clown don't realize, they are still looking for the Messiah. So you can't trust these people. You cannot use these people as, oh, they are everything that I'm going to build my finding no more. I want to find no more. So, oh, I'm going to build everything on these people, because they are still looking for the Messiah. The Pharisees and scribes did not accept Jesus as the Messiah. So why are you following in their footsteps? Why are you following something that they say? You could see that they are blind guides. So why are you following them? Because you just as foolish as they are. Remember what Jesus called them? You remember? I show you what Jesus called them. Fools. And you are proving yourself to be an idiot. Jesus said to them, Woe to you, blind guides, blind fools. And this clown is following them. Why? Because a fool follow a fool. A fool will follow a fool. And for real, you know, when we were kids, man, growing up in Jamaica, my father always tell us, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. And then, because we were kids and foolish, to be real with you, we were kids and we were foolish, we follow some people sometimes. But when it got to my father here, my father would say, hey, analyze, sit down and analyze the person that you following. When you analyze that person, you said to you, is that person seems like a wise person to you? And you, as a child, looking at it, he said, no. He said, then why do you follow that person? If you follow a fool, you are worse of a fool than the fool that you are following. Because what? Back in the days of Jesus, the people, before Jesus, the people only have those people as guides to follow. But we have more to follow. We have all of the saying of Jesus. We have the saying of the disciple. Why do you ignore what Jesus called these people? That they are blind guides and they are fools, blind fools, and you following them. Oh, we're looking for one more prophet. It's one more prophet when these people are still looking for the Messiah. The one that you say is the Messiah, that Islam say is the Messiah, they say, no, he's not the Messiah. We're still looking for the Messiah. I was in New York when I just came to the United States. I was in New York for what, 18 months, a little bit over. And there was a sect of Jews. There was a sect of Jews there that actually was guarding a grave of a man. They believe that the man is some form of Messiah, and they believe the man is buried in this grave, and the man will be resurrected. If you think I'm lying, look it up. There's a sect of Jews in New York City who believe that this man that dead in this grave is going to be resurrected. Look it up. And one day, actually, I'm going to make a video of it. If it's God's will that I remember. If someone remind me about it, I will make a video showing how blind of a fool these Jews, not all Jews, because there are Messianic Jews who believe in the Messiah and there are Jews who will come to the Messiah, because this is prophesied that the Jews will come to the Messiah, and they will. And when you see the Jews started coming to the Messiah in groves, then you will know the time is near. You will know that these Muslims are just on borrowed time, and all of us are on borrowed time, especially these clowns following Muhammad as their example. So let's get back to this video.
Now, when you ask the Jews, they have different answers to who this prophet was, right? Some point to Jeremiah.
So do you see what the also foolish this clown is? So when you ask the Jews, they says they have different answer who this prophet was. What is that telling you? That the Jews are confused without the Messiah. Without the teaching of the Messiah, the Jews are confused. Without the teaching of the Messiah, the Jews are confused, because they say some say this, some say that, but those are the people you following. Why? Why the Jews are the people you follow? The Jews who reject the Messiah, the Jews that your Quran tell you do not take the Jews as your allies, but you are aligning yourself with these Jews. Why are you aligning yourself with the Jews that reject Jesus? But your Quran is telling you in 551, do not take the Jews and the Christians as your allies. Allies, if you align yourself with someone, then that person is your ally. If you're aligning yourself with that person, equaling up yourself with that person is your ally. That person is your example. You're using them as your example. Why do you do that? Why is it that Jesus is calling the Jews hypocrites fools and blind leaders and snakes and all these stuff, but you lining yourself with a snake. Why? And Muhammad was a snake. You line yourself with that snake. You're going to get bite, brother.
Some say it was Joshua, but apparently these answers are incorrect because at the time of Jesus, we see that they were still looking for this prophet.
And at our time, they're still looking for the Messiah. So why do you believe that a Messiah, a prophet that already, the Messiah already come, and they're still looking for the Messiah? So why do you believe that the prophet is not already come? Why do you believe that? Do you see how stupid this guy is?
And in addition to this prophet, looking for these other figures. But again, we now have established who those other figures are. Who is this last prophet? Who is this particular prophet that they were looking?
Is he in a rocking chair? Is this guy in a rocking chair? You could tell he have attention deficit disorder when he was a child. Is he in a rocket, which is not that, we have any problem with kids having attention deficit. But you could tell he need Ridley to a place like this. Why? Like he's a DJ in a booth. Like he hearing music in his head. He's to hear the instrument of Satan, the bell.
Looking for that had this special characteristic that the words of God would be put in his mouth, and he would speak unto them all that God had commanded. Of course, as a Muslim, I'm here to say that is the Prophet Muhammad.
So he claimed the word of God. He said, I will put my words in his mouth. But we already established that the word in Muhammad's mouth is the word of Jibril, 2 verses from the Quran. 2 different verses from the Quran. He's saying that, hey, we have Surah 81, verse 19. And what was the other one? Is it 69 verse something? Surah 69 verse something. I can't remember what the other one was. Surah 69 verse 40. This is the word of a messenger. So the Quran is the word of Jibril. Because Allah didn't put his word in Muhammad's mouth. Gabriel's word went into Muhammad's mouth. Nowhere can this clown show us where Allah speak to revelation to Muhammad. Nowhere at all. And even the so-called Gabriel cannot be trusted. The so-called Gabriel cannot be trusted. We see where a Jewish, since we are on the topic of Jews, we see where a Jewish man asked Muhammad 3 questions, and one of the questions is, how does a child resemble his paternal, his parents, something like that. And Muhammad said, Gabriel just came and told him the answer. And Muhammad says, the woman and the man have sex, the one who ejaculates first is the one that the child will resemble. We know that a female ejaculation have nothing to do, nothing at all, to do with genetic composition of a child. Nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with Y and X chromosome. So at the end of the day, Jibril was just a liar. Muhammad was a liar and Jibril was just a liar. They were fabricators. They weren't true to their followers. So I don't know. This Jibril, subliminal messages from the Quran, subliminal message telling you that indeed the Quran is the word of a noble messenger. So subliminal message. Hey, this is not God's word. This is the word of a messenger. And who is the messenger coming from? Is the messenger taking his own message, or is he taking other message? In Islam, there are many shaitans. Many satans. And we see in Sahih Muslim 28:14, where Muhammad say he have a Satan with him that was commanding him. So let's look at some of the comment for a minute, and then we will go and back to this clown and see what he's saying. So let's go to the top and see what my people are saying. Happy Frenzy. Peace and blessing to you, Happy Frenzy. God bless, man. Christian Prince Vault. Shalom, man. God bless you. God bless you. Amazing Grace. Thank you for being here. Allah cannot have a son. And we are going to go into that. We are actually going to talk about this because of something that he says. That we are going to talk about Allah cannot have a son. So that was something good right there. That, you know, so we're going to be talking about that. Dan Yu, what's up, my brother? Love you, man. Love you too, man. And this sister never leave me alone. So God bless you, my sister. God bless me. How are you? God bless you. How are you? Thank you for being here. And we have Dwight, Understanding Islam Added plus Quran plus Quran plus co-power hate. Oh man. Sayyid Bukhari, Quran 1, his word. Okay. All right. And then we have Sean K. God bless you too, Sean K. God bless you. Fly Wings. Hello to you. Hello to you. Psalms 23. God bless you. God bless you. Great Commissioner, my brother. Shalom to you. Shalom to you. Prince of Peace, thank you for being here. Everyone, thank you for being here. OC, thank you for being here. God bless you all. Okay, so let's get back. We'll look at some more names in a minute. So let's get back. So what I want to show you guys, we're going to play it a little longer so we can cover some more ground. But I want to show you how deceptive this guy is. And right now I'm streaming also on my smaller channel, which is so I'm streaming on the larger channel and also this smaller channel. The smaller channel go by the name ISLAM ISAMESS. So you will see, I'll show you on the screen in a minute what this smaller channel go by. So this is the smaller channel. This is the name of the smaller channel. Islam is a mess. Islam is a mess. So, you know, subscribe if you want to. You know, it's peace and love. You know, we show the same content and both. You know, thank you guys for being here. So anyway, let's continue with this guy, and we'll be playing a longer part of the clip just to show you some things that he covered that I really want to cover.
Be upon him, and peace be upon all the prophets. So, does Muhammad have this characteristic of speaking only that which he hears? Well, we see that it's exactly the case when we look into the Quranic scriptures. And also, we also see that he was one that indeed, because people make the argument about, you know, that this was someone to come to the Israelites. Muhammad did come to the Israelites, in fact. When you look in the Quran, there are verses clearly addressing that he came indeed to speak to the Israelites and invite them to follow him.
Let me show you how Muhammad invite. I'm going to show you how Muhammad invite the people to follow him. Let's show you. And tell me if this is the way Moses invite the people to notice what the verse in Deuteronomy say, I shall rise up for you from among your brethren, a prophet like Moses from among your brethren. And do we see where Moses was threatening the Israelites? Do we see anywhere where Moses was threatening to kill the Israelites? Or is it, do we see anywhere where Moses was threatening to banish the Israelite from where they live? No, we don't see this kind of stuff. We don't see this kind of stuff. But we see where Muhammad was threatening the Israelites to banish them. To banish them from where they live. If they didn't choose Islam, he would banish them. Show you let me show you real fast. I didn't pull that one up, but I will just show you the but let me show you. This is and this is why we know that Muhammad could never be the prophet that was sent to the Jews, because Muhammad's approach to the Jews was not like the Moses approach to the Jews. Okay, so let me show you this hadith where Muhammad was threatening the Jews. He came with a different idea, a very evil way, threatening the Jews, and he was not the prophet sent to the Jews. Muhammad wanted the Jews to follow him, but instead, Muhammad was a follower of the Jews. I'm going to show you why I say that. Muhammad was as a copycat of the Jews. This is Sunnah.com, and we see where it says, okay, let me, yes, right here. And we see where it says, narrated Abu Hurairah, while we were in the mosque, Allah Messenger came out to us and said, let us proceed to the Jews. So you're in the mosque. Can you imagine coming home from church and you say, let us go to the Muslims. And when you go to the Muslims, listen what you're telling the Muslims. So we went along with him till we reached Beit al-Madras, a place where the Torah used to be recited and all the Jews of the town used to gather. So he left his mosque and literally went to the temple of the Jews. He left his mosque and he went to the temple of the Jews, because if it's a place, even though it might not even be a building, but any place where the Torah is recited, is could consider a temple, even if it doesn't have any building there. It could be considered a place of worship. So he actually went to their temple. The prophet stood up and addressed them. O ye assembly of the Jews, embrace Islam and you will be safe. Do you see that? So he's telling them, embrace Islam or you will be safe. The Jews replied, O Abba Ikozim, or whatever that is. This was Muhammad's name. Muhammad gave himself the name Muhammad because this was his real name. You have conveyed Allah's message to us. The prophet says, that is what I want for you. He repeated his first statement for the second time. They said, notice what his first statement was. Notice what his first statement was. And there's another version of this. His first statement was, O assembly of the Jews. This is his first statement. Embrace Islam and you will be safe. Notice what he says here. Then he said it for the third time. So he repeating to them 3 times. Embrace Islam and you will be safe. Safe from who? Notice what happened here. You should know that the earth belongs to Allah and his apostle, and I want to exile you. Notice what he says. I want to exile you from this land. So whoever among you owns some property can sell it. Otherwise, you should know that the earth belongs to Allah and his apostle. And there's another hadith that actually said it in a different light. The Jews did not speak much. He is the one telling them in the other hadith that, hey, embrace Islam and you'll be safe. And then these clowns will tell you there is no compulsion in religion. If you are telling a person, embrace Islam and you'll be safe, and you are known for killing people, you are known for murdering people, you're known for killing poets who write against you, your companions are known for killing people who speak out against you, what do you think that people will do? They will run and embrace. If you're weak, you're going to embrace. But not the Christians in Egypt. Right now, Muslims are murdering Christians in Egypt. And these Christians are not embracing Islam. They're willing to lay down their life for the sake of the Messiah. So look what he says. You should know that the earth belongs to Allah and his apostle, and I want to exile you from this land. So if you establish your homestead in a place for years, generation after generation, and someone tell you embrace Islam or be safe, I want to exile you. That's a compulsion. That's a tool of compulsion. If you don't do this, then this will happen to you. That's compulsion. What more compulsion do you want? What way can you say to someone, if you don't do this, I will exile you? And then these clowns say, oh, there is no compulsion in religion in Islam. But tell somebody, hey, it's like the American government come to someone and said, hey, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, even though that's not a part of the Constitution and law here, but somebody come to you and said, if you don't vote for Joe Biden, I will deport you back home. If you don't want to be deported, then you are forced to vote. If you don't do this, you'll be deported. If you don't do that, you'll be this. If you don't do this, somebody come and said, if you don't give me your wallet, I'll kill you. They're forcing you to give them a wallet because your life is on the line. When Muhammad said, embrace Islam and you'll be safe. Safe? Why are they not safe? Why are they not safe? And who are they not safe from? Muhammad himself. Because he said, you should know that the earth belongs to Allah and his messenger. And if you notice, Muhammad always tie in himself with his God. The earth belongs to him and his God. The Bible said the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. Muhammad said the earth belongs to him and his God. That means he's tied up with his God, tight. It's like he is his God's boyfriend. Man, look, the earth belongs to Allah and his apostle. What does the Bible say in the Psalm? The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Everything belongs to God. But this clown say the earth belongs to him and his God. Wow. Do you see that? Okay, let's get back. So that's the clownery of the idiot Muhammad. That's the clownery. So when this guy come and he said to you like, hey, Muhammad invite the Jews, but did Muhammad invite the Jew like the way Moses loved the Jew? Moses died for a Jew. Moses died for a Jew. Not Moses died for a Jew. Moses killed a Jew, sorry. Moses killed a man for a Jew. And Moses was willing to die for the Jews. when God said he will, threaten to destroy the Jews, Moses was willing to put his life on the line for the Jews, just like the Messiah was willing to put it, the Messiah was willing and put his life and lay down his life for all mankind, including the Jews. Moses was willing to die on 2 occasions. Moses was willing to die for the Jews. Moses killed for a Jewish man. What was Muhammad doing? Muhammad was killing Jewish people. Muhammad, according to Hashim ibn Ishaq and Hashim, Muhammad was sitting somewhere, maybe possibly drunk, because there was a time when they used to drink like crazy, to the point where Muhammad's uncle got so drunk that he killed a camel and cut out their liver, killed 2 camels, cut out their livers, and cut off their humps. And when Muhammad talked to him, he said, "You are nothing but my father's slave." Because he knew that Muhammad was a pretentious donkey. And Moses, Muhammad was sitting down and he says, "Kill any Jews that fall into your hand." And this guy called Muaisha, I think his name was Muaisha, got up and killed this Jewish man who was a merchant and his business partner. And when Muaisha brother, who was called Uaisha, if I'm pronouncing the names right, said to him, "How could you do this to this man when the fat on your belly is caused by his wealth? You are living and eating because of him. How could you do this to this man?" You know what the man said to his brother? The man said to his brother, "If the one who had commanded me to kill him had commanded me to kill you, I would have killed you." And know what the brother did? The brother said, "I've never seen a religion as marvelous as this." And he became a Muslim immediately. You tell me there is no compulsion in religion. If you know your life is at risk and you are a coward, you're going to be a Muslim in a heartbeat under Muhammad. So Muhammad, it was not like Moses. Moses was willing to sacrifice his life for the Jews. He was willing to sacrifice his life for the Israelites. Muhammad was willing to murder the Israelites and banish them and treat them like second-class citizens. That's what Muhammad was into. Muhammad didn't care about the Jews.
For example, in Quran chapter 2, verse 240, the Israelites, the children of Israel, are addressed directly. It says, "O children of Israel, remember those blessings of mine with which I favored you, and fulfill your promise to me, and I shall fulfill my promise unto you."
Do you see how foolish this guy is? So Muhammad is telling the children of Israel to remember something of the past. And this clown is saying that, he's a prophet like Moses because he's inviting Israel to join him, and he's the prophet like Moses. But that verse that he quoted is not saying that, I'm inviting you to join. No, it's actually telling them, remember, Allah favor you above all other people. That's what he's saying. But you will see that the clown is in the business of twisting verses to the point where he twists a Bible verse. I think he twists a Bible verse from the book of Isaiah or Jeremiah, one of those, because this is what this clown is in.
So here we could see Muhammad indeed came to the Israelites in addition to all humanity.
He didn't come to the Israelites. Not like Moses came to the Israelites. The Bible is telling you, "I shall rise a prophet like you from among your brethren." That means the prophet like him should be an Israelite, and also should come to the Israelite, literally come from the Israelite, come to the Israelite. Muhammad did not come to the Israelite. He didn't come from the Israelite. He hated the Israelite to the point where he says the hour of judgment will not come until the Muslim fight the Jews, and the Jews will hide behind a rock, and there will be these rocks who can talk and said, oh, there's a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill him. And they hide behind a tree, and there will be this special kind of tree that will say, oh, there is a Jew, maybe speaking like a British person. There's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill him. Or maybe like a Jamaican. Yo, man, there's a Jew hiding behind you. Come kill him, man. Or maybe, you know, who was it? What kind of tree that was? You know, Muhammad did not care for the Jewish people. He didn't care for the Jewish people at all. He hated them. He hated them. He had no love for them at all. And his hatred for them is what caused his death. Moses didn't die at the hands of the Jew. God took Moses. God took Moses. Moses didn't, and look at it. God took the life of Moses. And who take the life of Jesus? God took the life of Jesus. Moses didn't die like Muhammad died. Moses died at the hand of the Jews while he was disrespecting the Jews and disparaging them and murdering them and raping them. That's what Muhammad died. Muhammad went to Khaybar, a Jewish community, murdered the men, the young men, all these people, captured the women and children, went in, took a woman, have sex with the woman. Then the clown, forget his Quran, says in Quran 5, verse 51, do not take the Jews and the Christian as your allies. You know what this clown decided to do? Just a little bit after he murdered these people, he decided a Jewish woman cooked some food and the clown decided to eat. Does that sound like Moses to you? Does that sound like Moses? Did Moses go on any rampage and kill anybody and eat from them after he killed and eat? Muhammad was all about his own ego and his belly, sex and his belly. Sex and his belly. Because what? I wouldn't even eat from my enemy, even though I never murder my enemy. Because I love my enemy according to the Messiah. But I would not eat from my enemy. Really and truly, I would not. I wouldn't. But Muhammad just murdered some people and have the audacity because he was a clown and he went and he eat. So unless this guy is saying that Moses was a clown like Muhammad. But no, I don't see no evidence that Moses was a clown. Muhammad was a clown. I don't see the evidence that says Moses was a clown. Anybody show me evidence that says Moses was a clown, unless you're going to show me from Islamic sources where Moses was running after a stone naked. Stone, bring back my clothes, stone. Only in Islam, Moses was an idiot. In Christianity, Judaism, Moses is a noble character. Only in Islam, Moses was an idiot running behind a stone. Stone, my clothes, running naked behind a stone. My clothes, stone, can you bring my clothes back? That's the idiot that Muhammad is compared to. The stupid Moses, Musa of Islam. Muhammad is not compared to the real Moses, the historical Moses. Just like Isa is not compared to the historical Jesus. Because Islamic God don't believe in history. Islamic God is a God of fraud made of stories. Give me back my clothes, you stone. And then Moses caught 5 and 6 times. And the clown Muhammad said, up till today, there is 5 to 6 marks still remain on the stone from the excessive beating. Insanity. I don't know what is wrong with this clown, man.
But definitely the Israelites were invited.
Nobody said Muhammad didn't want the Israelite to join his charade, stupid circus. Yes, he wanted them. he wanted them, and when he couldn't get them to join, he decided to murder them. He decided, hey, it's murder time. Let's murder you. Let's drive fear into you so you will join. The few Israelites, according to these hadith, that joined Muhammad, but the majority of them look at him as a clown. Look at him as a clown. Moses was a barrage of Israelites. The Messiah Jesus have many Israelites following him even today. Many Israelites following him even today, and will have many in the future. Muhammad is just a clown. It's just a clown who came to murder the Israelites. And you ask the question, you know, murder the Israelite even without a cause. Murder the Israelite even without a cause.
So he definitely is coming in the vein of this prophet that was to be sent to them and to others. We see again that this...
No, where does the prophecy of Deuteronomy 18 say that he was sent to others? Where does the prophecy of Deuteronomy 18 said he was sent to others? Notice what Jesus said, I came only to the last sheep of Israel, because he himself came only to them, and then they were sent to the nations. Moses didn't go to no other people. Moses didn't go, I'm your prophet, trying to go to other nations and telling them, oh, if you don't convert to Islam, if you don't convert to my religion, I will destroy you. He didn't say, none of that happened. None of that happened, because that's what not Moses didn't come for that. Likewise, Jesus came to the last sheep of Israel. Then he told them, go to the other nations. He told them, go to the other nations. That's how Muhammad and Moses is not similar. Only thing that these clowns can say, oh, they have a natural birth. They have a natural birth, and this and that and that. The superficial things. Very superficial things. Nothing that is spiritual. Oh, they have a natural birth, and this, and they were this and this, and they fight wars, and they this, and they married, and they get married. Those are the superficial things that these clowns can compare Moses with Muhammad. But when it comes to God speaking, the spiritual things, God speaking directly to Moses, cannot compare. The miracles of Moses cannot compare. And we're going to reveal something that this clown says. So let's continue.
Particular description of the prophet who would, as it says, I will put my words in his mouth, and he will speak unto them all that I shall command him. This is exactly what we see from the Quran.
No, listen to this clown. The clown says that's exactly what he sees from the Quran. But the Quran itself is saying in two different verses, Surah 81, we see where the Quran itself is saying that this is the word of a noble messenger. And then we have Surah 69, verse 40. This is the word of a noble messenger. Both of them are saying the same thing. So, who is a noble messenger? According to the tafsirs, we see that this is talking about Jibril. So the Quran is saying that this is the word of Jibril. Moses did not hear. Moses, at no point, God gave Moses messages from an angel. Moses was listening to God. Word spoken from God to him. Not an angel. So I don't know how this clown is comparing. I don't know. I don't want to know why he's so foolish.
Quran chapter 53, verses 2 through 5. Speaking of Muhammad, it mentions, your companion does not err, nor does he go astray, nor does he speak on his own desire. It is nothing but revelation that is revealed.
But look at this. Why was this answer given? Because the people were saying that Muhammad was speaking old fables. That's what they were saying, that Muhammad was speaking fables of old, and this is how Muhammad was responding to them. That when they said to Muhammad, you are speaking fables of old, this is how the Quran was responding to them. But look at this right here. We show you something even more mind-boggling and disturbing. Watch this here, my beautiful people, because I love you guys, man. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that will make you laugh. Surah 16 verse 101 will make you laugh. So this is Surah 16 verse 101. Right here, Surah 16 verse 101. Islam Awakened. Surah 16 verse 101. Listen to this. Listen how this stupid God of Islam is trying to help Muhammad. And listen to the stupidity of this God and tell me if their children could speak better than this God. And indeed, full well do we know that they say, so indeed, full well do we know that they say it is a human being that imparts all this to him. So somebody was saying, people were saying, oh man, Muhammad is a fraud. It's only a human being telling him these things. Listen to the response of this God. Notwithstanding that the tongue, mean the language of him to whom they so maliciously point, is only outlandish, whereas this is Arabic speech, clear in itself and clearly showing the truth of its source. Do you see this? So let's read it from a different one that make it more clearer. And we surely know that they say no one is teaching him except a human, but the man they refer to speaks a foreign tongue, whereas this Quran is in eloquent Arabic. So the only difference this so-called God have is that Muhammad was speaking Arabic, and the man speaking a foreign tongue. So the man who they were accusing Muhammad of stealing from, he speak in a foreign tongue. What does that have to do? Aren't there people who speak two languages? And even if this man doesn't speak did not speak two language, was he not able to communicate with the people living there? Was there not someone who was bilingual who speak his language and another language? You want to tell me in the whole of, why were the people targeting this man and said this is the man that Muhammad was stealing from? Why? Why? There's fish in the water. There are fish in the water. Sharks in the water, something fishy in the water. There is something fishy in the water. Don't trust the water. There is something fishy in it. This is the God of Islam. This is his defense. Oh, the man is speaking a different language, so it could never be that he's stealing from him, because he's speaking in a different language. And there is no interpreters. Right now, I could speak to you in a different language, and I'm sure, hey, my brother, how are you? Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. I'm off and running, and thank you so much, man. God bless you, man. So, if the man, if this is the critical thing about it, if I say to you, me I go a Montego Bay tomorrow, I even if I go deeper in Patois and say, me I go be here tomorrow, I'm sure there is a Jamaican who listened to this and said, you know what he says? He says he's going to Montego Bay tomorrow. So you don't need to speak a man's language in order to steal what the man is saying. There's a lot of people who don't speak patois, but they understand certain things about patois. There's a lot of people who don't speak patois, but they know someone who they could go to and say, what does that mean? God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much for being here. God bless all of you guys. Crunchy is here. Thank you. Anyway, so let's go back to this guy. Happy Frenzy in the house. How are you, man? God bless all of you, man. Thank you guys for being here, man. So let's get back to it. Do you see how Muhammad God was a fraud and how his defense was weak? The only reason he gave, that man speak a foreign language. So, and this Arabic is in eloquent, and this Quran is eloquent Arabic, as if Muhammad did not have scribes, people behind the door writing for him, and people who understand different languages around him. Muhammad were the Jews in the community speaking the language of Muhammad. Or do they speak a different language? We see there were Jews around. Even Warika was writing from one language to another language, translating from. So people around in the community speak multiple language. So you see that the God of Islam is nothing but a narrow-minded fraud.
So very clearly, right within the Quran, we're being told that Muhammad does not speak on his own. He only speaks that which is revealed to him. We also see the same in Quran chapter.
And Muhammad didn't speak on his own. There was a time, let's just look at this. There's a hadith about it. You guys could look it up. There was a time when Muhammad saw farmers, palm farmers, palm, P-A-L-M, farmers. They were, in my father used to do this thing where you call grafting. It's called grafting. It's like you would have a orange tree. You have an orange tree on your land, and the orange on the orange tree is sour. They're not sweet orange, because in Jamaica they have an orange called civil orange. I don't remember how it's spelled. I think it starts with an S. Civil orange, and it's a sourish orange. It's good for making lemonade. It's good for making orange aid, because you can't call it lemonade if it's orange. It's good for making something similar to lemonade because it's sour, almost like a lemon. It's very refreshing drink. You could make like a lemonade in the hot weather, and they are everywhere. They grow wild everywhere, but they are sour orange or civil orange. You can't eat them like that because they're so sour or bitter. What you guys call bitter in Jamaica, they call it the word sour. You guys call it bitter. Like you say a lime is bitter. In America, they say a lime is bitter. We don't say lime is bitter. We say a lime is sour. So they have these sour orange or bitter orange, but the tree of the sour orange, it lasts forever. It grows anywhere. So what my father would do, he would get the bud from the sweet orange tree, and he would cut little things into the sour orange tree, and he would wrap it up with dirt and stuff or something like that until it started growing naturally into the tree. So a sour orange, a sweet orange is growing on a sour orange tree. And that's what we will have. Sweet oranges growing on a sour orange tree, because the graft a sweet orange into the sour orange tree. So Muhammad was coming down the street, the dirt road in Medina, whistling. Saw these farmers planting their stuff, doing what they know. So the clown Muhammad go up to them and say, what are they doing? And they explained to Muhammad what they were doing, that we are grafting date palm. So we are grafting these kind of palm into these not so good palm. So we are grafting the good palm into the bad palm so that we could get better yield at the end of the year. Muhammad told them not to do it. He said, it's better if you don't do it. Man, that ear came and ears came, and the heel of the heel of the palm was so low. The farmers get so less than when they were grafting. And they came to Muhammad and said, why did you tell us to do this? You mess up our farming, and we yield way less palm than we normally yield. So Muhammad find an excuse. I am only human. You know, but Muhammad never speak his own word. How this cloud is going to say that Muhammad never speak his own word? Who told Muhammad that it's better for them not to do that? Wasn't there an occasion when the men capture women and wanted to have sex with the women, but at the same time they want to sell them as slave, which Moses never do, and Moses never encouraged that kind of behavior. But Muhammad told them, like, no, but they didn't want to have sex with the women and ejaculate in the women. Sorry if there is any children watching. And they didn't want to have sex with the women, ejaculate in the women. So they asked Muhammad about it. Muhammad said to them, it is better for you not to do that, which is take out your penis before ejaculation. Muhammad told him, no, you don't have to take out your male member before ejaculation. Just ejaculate in them. He actually used the very same word that he told the farmers. It's better for you not to do that. But yet still, Muhammad never used his own words. Muhammad never used his own words. I don't know.
6 verse 50. Say, I do not say, and notice that too, that even the word say was recorded, showing that he is being dictated to.
Do you see how clownish this guy is? He said even the word say is recorded, showing that Muhammad was dictated to. But if you go to Surah 1, the beginning of the Quran, Surah 1, verse 1, the beginning of the Quran, you don't see no word say. He says, in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. The beginning of the Quran. Just go there and look at the beginning of the Quran and see if you're going to see any word that says say. No word that says say. Let me show you, if you think I'm lying. You will never see a word say in the beginning of the Quran. Look at that. What you see here? In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise is for Allah, Lords of the world. Lord of the worlds. So who is speaking here? Is this Allah speaking? Or is this Muhammad speaking? In the name of Allah, Allah is saying, in the name of Allah. Allah said, in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise is for Allah. Allah is saying, all praise is for Allah, Lord of the world. The most compassionate, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. Listen what Allah is saying. Look at this verse 5. You alone we worship. Wow. Ain't Allah a beautiful God? I would give Allah 6 out of 6 for stupidity. 10 out of 10 for stupidity. Allah got 10 out of 10 for stupidity. Stupidity. You alone we worship. So Allah is saying, you alone we worship. Where do you see the word say? Where do you see the word say? Do you see how stupid this guy is? And just shallow-minded and stupid. Wow. In the name of Allah, man. And Allah is saying, you alone we worship. And Allah is saying, guide us along the straight path. You know, Allah always calls himself us. And we and ourselves. One God that have many parts of him. I don't know about this Allah, man. If he Allah, let him go. If he Allah, let him go, man. Don't hold on tight to Allah, man. Allah will disappoint you. Do you see the nonsense of Allah? Who is this Allah? Who is this Allah? If he Allah, let him go, man. Don't hold on to Allah. Let Allah go. So now we go back to the guy. Senseless guy, man.
Say, I do not say to you that I have the treasures, that I have with me the treasures of Allah, nor do I know the unseen, nor do I say to you that I am an angel. I do not follow aught save that which is revealed to me. So here we see it's very clear.
So yeah, Muhammad said he don't follow nothing, only that was revealed to him. So who told him to tell the farmers to who told Muhammad to tell the farmers to stop grafting their palm tree? Who told him that? And who told him to tell the men not to take out their penis when they want to ejaculate? Who told Muhammad that? Muhammad was a clown, man. He was a clown, just like his God was a clown. Muhammad was as a clown because his God is his own ego, pushed by Satan. He met Satan in the cave. Satan used his ego against him. You know, if you have an ego that is so big and above everything, Satan will use that ego against you. And Muhammad have an ego that was so grand to the point where Muhammad actually say he better than every one of the prophets. He's better than this. He's better than that. You know, he's the first one to enter heaven. He's the first one to enter Jannah, not heaven. He's the first one to enter Jannah. He's going to be this. He's going to be that. There is even narration where Muhammad says that Adam was created because of him. Adam was created because of him. It's because of him why Adam was created. Unless these Muslims are liars. But according to the narration of Islam, a narrative of Islam that associated with Islam, Muhammad says that Adam was created because of him.
Clearly that right within these scriptures that are revealed to him, the words say that he's showing that he's being dictated to, that he is not speaking these words.
And do you see the first Quran chapter? Did you see the word say in there? No, you didn't see no word say in there. So even if there is a word say in some places, that doesn't mean that all of the Quran have the word say in it. So this guy doesn't make any sense at all. And we see the Quran admit that it is the word of a noble messenger. So even if Muhammad was told to say, how do we know where Muhammad gets his revelation from? Muhammad himself believed that this Jibril was Satan to the point where Muhammad was trying to kill himself. Muhammad was trying to throw himself off mountain tops after getting revelation because he believed this Jibril was Satan. So at the end of the day, how is this Muslim telling us that because Muhammad was told to say that Muhammad was getting revelation from Moses' God? That doesn't mean that Muhammad was getting revelation from Moses' God. Where is it written that Moses got revelation from a bell? Where is it written that Moses got revelation from a bell? Bing, 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 bing. Oh, revelation is coming to me. Wow. Moses walking down the street and a bell ring and Moses said, oh, I got a revelation. We have never seen that kind of stuff with Moses. So I don't know how this guy say, how did the bell, when the bell revelation come from the bell, how did it say? How does he interpret the bell? Do you see that this is nonsense, pure nonsense?
He's not putting like other prophets. Sure, they spoke. God told them, gave them commands, and gave them, their prophethood. But they would speak and put these words in their own way, speaking what God had revealed, but speaking it themselves. Here it is clear that he is not speaking on his own at all. He's only speaking that which was revealed, so much so that even...
And who is it that was speaking Surah 1? Who is it? Where is the word say in Surah 1?
The command say was recorded.
You remind me of a child. He literally, I'm gonna be easy with him because he reminds me of a child. His mind is like that of a child. He doesn't have the mind of an adult at all. Say was recorded. What is wrong with this little boy, man? Wow. Look how busy he is. Wow. What are you looking for? No more. Just like they're searching for Muhammad, he's searching for something. What is his go-to now?
So, at 5 minutes, okay, thank you. So as we see very clearly that these important figures that they were looking for were clearly of importance to them, but we clearly were clear that two of them have clearly been identified.
No. If we ask ourselves the question, were the disciples of Jesus looking for these three figures? Or were they looking for two figures? Did you ever see where the disciples of Jesus said, we are looking for three figures? And who are we supposed to follow? Are we supposed to follow those Jews who did not believe in the Messiah? Are we supposed to follow his disciples? We are supposed to follow his disciples because Jesus told us that we should listen to his disciples. In the book of Luke, he told us that we should listen to his disciples. He said those that reject his disciple reject him, so we should listen to his disciple. And he told us in the book of Matthew that the disciples are given the wisdom to understand the kingdom. So who were we supposed to listen to? The disciples are we were supposed to listen to people who come to John the Baptist to ask John the Baptist question. This is the dilemma of this guy, this very childish-minded guy. His dilemma is this.
And eliminated from the lineup. The Christ, the Messiah, Jesus, Elijah.
And the stupidity is this. Jesus is eliminated from the lineup. The problem that this clown have is this, this childish clown have is this. One person could have both title, the prophet and the Messiah. But because the Jews were not following the scriptures correctly, they could have made a mistake. Just like they made a mistake when Jesus said he will be lifted up, they says the Messiah was to remain forever because they didn't see the Messiah coming back to remain forever. They see the Messiah coming one time and will remain forever. So when Jesus told them that he will be lifted up, he will return back to heaven, they said to him, the Messiah is to remember. If you are the Messiah is supposed to remain forever. This is the understanding of the people. But our clear understanding, people who study the scripture, they will see that the Messiah was supposed to be cut off, and then a kingdom was supposed to be given to him. We will see that the Messiah was supposed to be killed, and then he will see his seed. He will see his seed, meaning that he will see the fruit of his labor, us. Because if you look at the word zera, means seed, it doesn't always mean literal offspring, but it can mean adopted offspring. And it could also mean the fruit of your labor, the seed that you plant, the things that you planted. And Jesus is the one who plant within us righteousness within us, the way that we should go, the love that we have within us. Jesus is the one who plant that love within us. So we see, we see that the Jews were not studying the scriptures and following the scriptures correctly. We see that. So I don't know why this clown is taking them as his model for things. and that's what killed Muhammad too. Aisha was at home. I think I told that story last time. Aisha was at home and two Jewish women came by and said, hey, you will suffer in the grave. Aisha didn't believe them. Muhammad came home. Aisha told Muhammad. Aisha said, I've never seen, I'm paraphrasing what Aisha said, I've never seen the messenger of Allah pray to ward off the suffering in the grave before this. So after the woman told Muhammad about the suffering in the grave, Muhammad started believing in the suffering in the grave, because Muhammad was a copycat who followed every thing that Jews say. What the Jews say, he would take it and follow it. To the point where Muhammad goes so far and said, you will be squeezed, the grave will squeeze you. I don't know how the grave will squeeze you. Muhammad said he could hear people crying in their grave because the grave is squeezing them. I don't know how you could hear somebody screaming, a dead person screaming in a grave, because the grave is squeezing them. What is the grave squeezing? Do you have a brain? A dead person have a functioning brain that they can feel pain? How is the grave squeezing a dead person so that they're screaming? This is showing you that Muhammad was an idiot. a total buffoon, man.
Return again, although John the Baptist said he wasn't. He said he wasn't Elijah. However, Jesus said he was.
Dude, look at that. He repeating himself like a clown. John the Baptist said he was Elijah. And of course, John the Baptist was not Elijah. The prophecy is that John the Baptist will come in the spirit and power of Elijah. So when they asked John the Baptist, are you Elijah? He said no. But Jesus make us know that John the Baptist is Elijah. In what sense? Just like the angel. But Jesus didn't tell us that John the Baptist is Elijah in the sense that, John the Baptist is the person of Elijah. No, he came in the spirit and power of Elijah. So he is Elijah in some form, in some ways. He is Elijah, but not literally Elijah. Because the angel says he will come in the spirit and power of Elijah. Doesn't mean that he is literally Elijah. So when John the Baptist says he is not Elijah, he was not telling a lie, because he was not Elijah. And when Jesus says John the Baptist is Elijah already came and they did not recognize him, he wasn't telling you that literally Elijah came. Literally Elijah came. He was telling you that the representative, the person who represents Elijah, already came. And the disciple understood this to mean John the Baptist, because that is what the angel told Zechariah, that John the Baptist will come in the spirit and power of Elijah.
Take that, and Elijah is eliminated. That's John the Baptist. The last person left is that prophet.
And this is stupidity. And the first person you heard this stupidity from is a guy called Ahmed Deedat. Where the clown draw to the conclusion that when they ask him if he says Muhammad, the clown used to tell people that Muhammad is the prophet, and he used to also tell people that Muhammad is the spirit of truth. But do you see that? So according to Ahmed Deedat back in the days, Muhammad is the prophet and Muhammad is the spirit of truth. So Muhammad could have two titles. the prophet, and the spirit of truth. But according to this clown, Jesus cannot have two titles because the Jewish people make a mistake and was looking for three distinct people. It doesn't. That means that one of the title, one of the person that they were looking for could not have two titles: the prophet and also the Messiah. You know, not because I come into your building and I'm looking for the manager and the owner, and I'm expecting to see that the owner is a different person from the manager. But then when I asked for the manager, the person said, I am the manager. And when I asked for the owner, the person said, I am the owner. Even though in my mind, I think that the owner and the manager were two different people. I come in thinking that the owner and the manager is two different people, and I need to speak. You come in and you say to someone, I need to speak to your manager and the owner, and the person send you to this person, and he said, can I speak to the manager in charge? And the person said, I am the manager. When the person finished speaking, he said, can I speak to the owner? The person said, I am the owner. You thinking that there is two people, a manager and an owner, doesn't negate the fact that the manager is the owner. Likewise, the Jews thinking that the prophet and the Messiah are two different people doesn't negate the fact that the Messiah and the prophet is one person. This is how clownish this guy is. Narrow-minded clown, man.
That prophet was left. And it's apparent that that prophet, even throughout the gospel story, was still left unanswered for.
Have you ever seen one of the disciples asking for that prophet? He said throughout the gospel story, that prophet was unanswered for. If this clown can show us anywhere apart from that area of the Gospel of John, or anywhere in the gospel, he can show us, and are even in the other books of the New Testament, which is, we're talking about Acts of the Apostle, Romans, we're talking about Ephesians, Corinthians, we're talking about Colossians, we're talking about Philippians, Titus, Hebrew, Revelation. If this clown can show us anywhere he speak about that prophet, another prophet who was supposed to come, and we will show this clown where Jesus is the one saying that I will send you prophet. Where Jesus is the one saying that I will send you prophet, and you shall chase them from town to town and beat them and kill them and persecute them. Jesus is the one saying, I will send you prophets. I will send you prophets. Jesus said that. This clown cannot show us nowhere other than those verses that he's using to promote a stupidity. He cannot show nowhere else. Cannot show nowhere else. In Matthew 23, verse 34, Jesus says, behold, wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them ye shall scourge in your synagogue and persecute from city to city. But this clown can, and Jesus speak about false prophet, but this clown can never show me where no one talk about the prophet to come. Because what? That was just a misconception from the Jews. They did not understand what they were talking about. And this is why Jesus called the leaders blind guides, blind fools. But this clown decided, oh, let me follow the blind guys, let me follow the blind fools and continue to be blind and talk nonsense. And even though he got the glasses on, he can't see. Let me put my glasses on. he can see even though you got the glasses on. So, bro, take the glasses on and start seeing with your brain, man. Use your brain to see, because your eyesight is not the most important vision that you have.
It wasn't Jesus.
The clown said it wasn't
he's
Jesus.
the Christ.
Do you just see what I say? Do you just see what I say? I said to you, I could go to a store and I'm asking for two distinct persons. I said, I need to speak to your manager and I need to speak to the owner. And someone showed me, said, the manager is over there. And I walk over to the manager and I speak to the manager. And then when I was not satisfied, I said, can I speak to the owner? And the manager says, I am the owner. What I perceive is not actuality. My reality going into the store was not actuality. And just like the Jewish reality was not actuality, they were looking for three people, when you will see where Brother Rogers show that there is two people. They should be looking for two people, because Jesus says Moses wrote about me. Jesus said it. Moses wrote about me. Luke 24 verse 27. And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he explained to them what was written in all the scriptures about him. So if he begin at Moses, that means Moses wrote about him. And here we go again. John 5 verse 46. If you believe Moses, you will believe me, for he wrote about me. But since you do not, listen what Jesus even continue. But since you do not believe what he wrote, how will you believe what I say? So Jesus was talking to these people and he told them, you don't believe what Moses said. And that's why they were looking for two different people. They didn't understand what Moses said. They weren't into what Moses said. That's why they were looking for two different people. They were looking for the Messiah apart from the prophet. But the Messiah is the prophet. The Messiah is the prophet. Even at the baptism of Jesus, when the voice of the Father came from heaven, what did the voice of the Father say? This is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased. And he told them, he said, listen to him. And what did Deuteronomy says? Deuteronomy 18 says, you listen to him. So the prophet, you will listen to him. So let's look at this verse. Let me show you. Let me show you. Luke 9, I think it's this one. I know it's in Mark and others. Here it is. Luke 9 verse 35. A voice came from the cloud saying, this is my son whom I've chosen. Listen to him. Listen to him. Isn't that what the Deuteronomy 18 says? Isn't that what Deuteronomy 18 says? So let's look at Deuteronomy 18. Deuteronomy 18. Verse 18, I think, but I want to see the whole thing. So I do. Okay. Okay, so we go to Deuteronomy 18. And we're going to read what happened really. For this is what you asked of the Lord your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when you said, let us not hear the voice of the Lord our God, nor see this great fire anymore, or we will die. So if you notice, they didn't want to hear the voice of God. Then and the Lord said to me, whatsoever they say is good, I will rise up for them a prophet like you from among their fellow Israelite. This translation says fellow Israelite, which other translation says their brethren or their brothers. And I will put my words in his mouth, and he will tell everything I command him. Notice why it says, my word will be in his mouth, and he will tell them everything I command him. And Jesus says, the word that I've spoken are not mine, but the one who sent me. So you see how the fulfillment is there. But look at this. Look at it says here. I myself will call to account anyone who does not listen to my words that the prophets spoke in my name. Do you notice what he says here? God is telling them in the book of Luke, listen to Jesus. In Luke 9, God is saying to them, listen to him. And a voice came out of the cloud saying, this is my son, my chosen one. Listen to him. And what does it say in Deuteronomy? What it says in Deuteronomy? Anyone who does not listen to my words that the prophet spake in my name. So it will call into account anyone who does not listen. So God wants you to listen to Jesus. You will see the fulfillment. He's speaking about Jesus, not speaking about Muhammad. Nothing there is about Muhammad.
He's the Messiah. And he wasn't a prophet like Moses.
He said Jesus was not a prophet like Moses. And listen how shallow this clown is.
According to your scriptures and according to his own words. Right? For example, in John chapter 6, verse 32, Jesus makes it clear that he is not like Moses.
Oh, wow.
Jesus told them, I assure you, it wasn't Moses who gave you the bread from heaven to you, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. Verse 35, Jesus said to them that he is that bread of life from heaven. So he made it clear, I'm giving you something that Moses did not give you. So he's not.
Wow. Do you see how foolish this clown is? So if a prophet give something that Moses did not give to them, then that prophet is not like Moses. Did Moses tell the Israelite to eat camel meat and drink camel urine? Do you see the clown do you see the shallow-minded, stupid clown this guy is, man? The guy says, because Jesus says he gives something different from what Moses give, that means he's not the prophet like Moses. But Muhammad was giving them camel meat when the Torah said, do not eat camel meat. But Muhammad told them, you could eat camel meat. You could eat camel meat. Muhammad told them that. And Muhammad actually told them you could drink camel milk and you could drink camel urine. Did Moses tell them to do that? So that would disqualify Muhammad too. Do you see how stupid this guy is? And the foolishness of this guy, he don't even see what Jesus was saying. If you read it, Jesus is saying, just let him go back. We're going to just use his own word and kill him.
A prophet like Moses, according to your scriptures and according to his own words, right? For example,
why is he rocking so much? Like he's in a rocking chair. Can you imagine what kind of old man this he's gonna be He's gonna be all over the place. Man, I've never seen a man rock so much. It must be uncomfortable. Like, why you all over the place like he got Parkinson's disease? Not like I'm laughing at people with Parkinson's, because I oh my God, that disease is terrible. But to see a person behaving like this when he don't, he acting like he got Parkinson's disease. What is it, Guillain-Barré? Like all over the place, like, gyrating like he's on some antipsychotic medication that if he don't take it, he got what is tardive dyskinesia. Why is he rocking all over the place like this? Like a worm, just worming all over.
In John chapter 6, verse 32, Jesus makes it clear
that
he is not like Moses.
His neck, I thought his neck was going to fall off. Jesus make it clear. Only gay people I see move their head when they're quarreling. Like, Jesus make it clear. And he just flash his head. Whip his ear, man. If he got some locks, he would have just whip it back like Bamad.
Jesus told them, I assure you, it wasn't Moses who gave you the bread from heaven to you, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. Verse 35, Jesus said to them that he is that bread.
Do you notice that? This guy that not even paying attention, Moses was given bread by God, and Jesus is saying that I am the bread that is given to you. Jesus is saying that, hey, Moses was given bread, but I am the bread given to you. So even though he is a prophet of God, he's also the bread, but Moses could never be that bread that was given to you. Why? Why was Moses not the bread? Because Jesus is the bread of life. Moses is not the bread of life. Moses is not the bread of life. But the similarity is that Moses was given a bread and Jesus was given as the bread. Do you see the similarity? Moses was given bread to give to the Israelites, and Jesus was given as the bread to the Israelites. That's the similarity, and that's spiritual similarity, not the clownness of, oh, he had a wife, and Muhammad had wives, and Moses have wives, and Muhammad have children, and Moses have children, and Muhammad fight war, and Moses fight war, like there is going to be any bigger war than the one the Messiah fight. Even in Islam, the Messiah will fight the biggest war because he's the one to fight the Dajjal, according to Islam. He is the one to fight the Dajjal, according to Islam. After he is taken, he's coming back to fight the Dajjal, according to Islam. According to Islam, the Messiah is alive and coming back to fight the Dajjal. So the biggest war we'll ever fought is going to be, even in Christianity, the biggest war to fight is going to be from the Messiah, because the Messiah will use angels to fight his war. So, and Moses have an angel. Moses have angel going along with him, the angel of the Lord going along with him, the messenger of the Lord going along with him, the Malach Yahweh going along with him. So if we even go deep, which we will not, it's deeper than this clown can ever go.
Of life from heaven. So he made it clear, I'm giving you something that Moses did not give you. So he's not like Moses.
So if you give something that Moses did not give, then you're not like Moses. Moses nowhere tell anybody that you can have sex with a slave without marrying them. Muhammad told you you could have sex with a slave. So Muhammad was given something that Moses was not given. So Muhammad could never be the prophet like Moses. Do you see how narrow-minded? And this is what Anthony should have zoomed in on. Some of these things Anthony should have zoomed in on and destroy him once and for all. And I'm going to tag him in this video, show him how much he's destroyed once and for all. Because do you see the narrow-minded, stupid clown? How he decided to deal with things. Or because Jesus give you something that Moses didn't give, then Jesus could never be like Moses. Now you show me where Moses tell anyone that they can drink camel urine and they can eat camel meat. And where do you see that Moses tell anyone when you capture women, you can take them home, not even before you even take them home, you can have sex with them and sell them as slaves. Where do you see Moses say that? Muhammad say that. You can have sex with the women and then sell them as slaves. Where did you see Moses say that? In the book of Moses, in the book of the law, Moses says, if you go and you see a beautiful woman from the captive woman, you must take that woman home and let her mourn her family for her whole, shave her ear, and let her mourn her family for a whole month. Then you shall go in unto her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. And even in the same book of Deuteronomy and also Leviticus, we see it combined. God is telling them, hey, a husband should make their wife happy. A husband should make their stay home and don't go to war during wartime, should stay home and make their wife happy. No, Muhammad say, when they asked Muhammad about, hey, we are interested in the price of these women, we capture some women, we have our booty, and we are interested in the price of these women, what should we do? We want to have sex with them, and we want to practice coitus interruptus, and we already explained what that means. Muhammad told them, do you really do that? He told them, go ahead. Dr. Muhammad said, go ahead, have sex with these women, knowing that these men were going to sell these women as slaves because they were interested in their price. That means they were interested in selling them. You will never see a law like that written in the book of Moses. Not only that, Muhammad told women, if you divorce your husband, you cannot go back to that husband you divorced until you're married to another man and that man have sex with you. In the law of Moses, that is an abomination. That is an abomination. So I don't know what this clown talking about. I don't know what this clown talking about. No wonder he rocking like that. He rocking because he rocking. He rocking. Rocking like a bird. You ever see a bird trying to swallow a worm and just got it and just work it. That's because even the worm in the stupidity that he's teaching is hard to swallow for his dumb self. But he want to make people swallow this stupidity. Hey,
it's
man.
very clear. In the book of Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 3, we are told that he's not like Moses. For it says, speaking about Jesus, for he has been counted worthy of more glory than Moses, by so much as he that built the house hath more honor than the house. So it's clear.
And look at this clown. Do you see what this clown is missing? I'm gonna show you big. I'm glad that we got to this point because I need to show you guys what this clown is missing. So look at what this clown is missing. We're gonna go to the book of Hebrew and just to show you what this clown is missing from the book of Hebrew. Let me see if we have it. Yes, we have it there. Hebrew 3. Okay, we have it there. So let me show you what this clown is missing from the book of Hebrew, just to show you how naive and stupid this clown is. Donkey, my brother said, donkey leading donkeys. Let me show you what this clown is missing. I'm gonna show you what he's missing. He need to be educated because he's missing something so grand and he don't even see what he's missing. Because a clown will always be a clown. You know, a donkey will always be a donkey. You can't change a donkey. You know, you could breed a donkey with a horse and get a mule, but that's all you can do with a donkey. You cannot change a donkey. So look at what this clown is missing. Let's go there and show you. Because he went to the book of Hebrews 3, But we are going to read more than what he read, because if you notice how shallow these people read, because they don't want you to catch what's there. They want you to fall short. They don't want you to see what's actually there. And that's why they read as shallow as they read. But we are not going to read as they read. So look at this right here, my beloved brothers, sisters, brothers, and my beloved Muslims. Not because I'm rough, that doesn't mean that I don't love the Muslim. I give tough love. I love all Muslims. I will never hurt a Muslim, never hurt anyone. I might hurt your feelings, but I will never physically hurt anyone. And if you're hungry, I will feed you. If you need somewhere to stay, I will find somewhere for you to stay, because that's what the Messiah does. And that's what the Messiah told me. He said, love, don't, not because you hear me calling this guy a clown. He is a clown. And I deal with them just the way Jesus deal with illiterate fools, because the Dawa preachers need to be dealt with that way. You will never hear me talk to a regular Muslim in that way. Why? Because they are living their regular lives. You know, they're not out here trying to make competition, acting like they know when they don't know. So listen to this. For Jesus is considered worthy of more glory than Moses, just as the builder has more honor than the house. Notice what he's saying. Notice what he's saying. Just as the builder have more honor than the house. So Moses is compared to the house, and Jesus is compared to the builder. Why? Because if you go to the very first book of Hebrew, it is saying that God created everything through his son, whom he appointed heir of all things. If you go to the very first chapter of the Hebrew that this clown is missing out on, it says this is the reason that Jesus have more honor, glory than Moses. Jesus have more glory than Moses. Having more glory than Moses doesn't mean that you are not the prophet like Moses, and I will explain why I say that. These clowns are missing out on a lot of things, a whole bunch of things, because they are narrow-minded people. Look at this. No, every house is built by someone, but the one who built everything is God. Notice this. What is this telling you? If Jesus have more honor, more glory than Moses, just as the builder have more honor than the house, and we are seeing here that every house is built by someone, but the one who built everything is God. What is this telling us? Go back to Hebrew first, the first book, the first chapter of Hebrew, and you will see it, and we're going to read it in a minute. We are going to read it in a minute just to show you what this Hebrew person who wrote Hebrew is telling you, and this clown is taking it out of context. Moses was faithful as a servant. Notice this. Notice this, my people. Moses was faithful as a servant in all God's house. This is what the clown forget to tell you. As a testimony to what he said in the future. But Christ was faithful as a son over the whole soul of God. Why? Because a son is the heir, and a heir is over the household. It's just like Queen Elizabeth died, and who is the heir? Her son. Her son is the heir, and even before she died, her son have authority over things that no one else in the household have authority over, because he is the son. He have rights to things that no one have right to. And if you notice, Moses was faithful as a servant. Moses was faithful as a servant. Do you see the big difference? Even though Jesus is called a servant of God, because a son can become a servant if he chooses to be. A son can become a servant if he chooses to be. A son can become a servant if he chooses to be. But notice the difference between Jesus and Moses. Moses was faithful as a servant, but Christ was faithful as a son. Difference. Different. Big difference. And where can we see the comparison? The parable that Jesus gave in Mark 12. Look at that parable in Mark 12 where Jesus differentiates between the regular servant and himself as a son. And this is why when Peter said, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God," Jesus turned to Peter and said to Peter, "Flesh and blood did not tell you that, but it was revealed by my Father in heaven." Why? Because this is deep knowledge, deep Christology, very deep. It's not something that I'm just reading it from a shallow Muslim perspective. This is deep. So the clown went into something deep, and all he could get out of it is Jesus and Moses was different. Yes, Jesus and Moses was different, but they were also similar. Let me show you why. Now, what is this telling you that Jesus is? Let's go up and take out something and put in something so that we could see. Hallelujah to God Almighty. Great and wonderful is our God, the triune God, the God of wisdom, the God of the universe. So we're going to go here and show you something. Hebrews WS. And we go Hebrews 1 just to show what we are doing. And we're actually going to go to Mark 12 just to show you what Hebrew is about, and the clown didn't even see it because he's just galloping all over the place. Look at Hebrew 1. Long ago, God spoke to our ancestor by the prophet. Notice what he says? By the prophets, regular servants, at different times and in different ways. In these last days, he has spoken to us by his Son. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? So that's the difference the author continue with. And the clown ignore all this to talk nonsense. He has spoken to us by his Son. God has appointed him heir of all things and made the universe through him. And this is why it says there that the builder of the house, Christ, have more glory over more than Moses, like the builder of the house have more glory over the house, because Christ is the creator of Moses. God has appointed him heir of all things and made the universe through him. The Son is the radiance of God's glory and the exact listen to this, the exact expression of his nature, sustaining all things by his powerful word. Do you see this? But this clown ignore all this, making purification for sin and all this, and then he run the Bible upscotching like a little kid. I told you he's a kid, jumping like a little frog, boom, 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 all over things like a frog. Boom, 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 boink, boink, boink. Is that when the cartoon, when the frog jump in the cartoon, he said boink, boink, boink. That's a cartoon frog jumping all over things, galloping like a donkey on a racetrack in Jamaica back roads. In Jamaica, we used to race donkeys on the back roads when we were kids. I don't know if they still do it. These kids are playing video games, care about those things. Anyway, do you see these things? Now we see what this is talking about. And how is Moses comparable to Jesus? Because this is actually saying that Jesus is God, because he created things. God has appointed him heir of all things and made the universe through him. And if you continue to read, you will hear where he says, "You are my son, and today I became your father." And you hear it said this. You hear it said, "Therefore, see, your throne, but to the Son, your throne, God, his forever and ever." Do you see this? So here is the Father calling the Son God. But did God call Moses God? Yes, he did. He said, I will make you like God to Pharaoh. Did he say that? Let me show you. Let me show you. Look at this. And this is our man. The Bible is the most beautiful book, most wonderful, most glorious. All praises to God Almighty. And Father, watch over my little son. Let him be better man than I am. So, let me show you something. Let me show you something. We're going to mix it up. We're going to mix it up. Because this is what we do. We're going to mix it up. So let's take this out. Right here, Luke. We're going to take this Luke out because we already deal with that. Do you see? This clown know nothing. Exodus 7 verse 1. Look what Exodus 7 verse 1 says. Look what it says, my brothers. And I thank my brother Shake and Bake for giving me this channel, you know, where more people can see, you know, and that we are, even though we attack the Muslim ideology, we also teach what God wants us to know. And anyone, I'm going to invite a brother to come to this channel, you know, if he will come along, because this brother is very, very, very equipped by the Holy Spirit. And, you know, we haven't been close lately. You know, we used to talk more, but God's will be done. You know, that's a good brother, you know. I will invite him to come out, and we'll let you guys know when he's going to come out and explain certain things. You know, it's going to be open discussion where he can, you know, discuss, and if possible, he could be more frequent on this channel, you know, because this guy knows so much. You know, what I know is nothing compared to that guy, because he spent a lot of time studying and all that. And I pray that God bless him and let him continue in studying, because I told him before that there's a reason behind, you know, his study, and he need to let people know about his studies, because I've only seen a few like him. He's like a version of Sam Shamoun. Okay, so listen to this. Here, he's the black version. Let's put it that way. I'm not comparing him to another brother. I shouldn't have done that. The Lord answered Moses, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and Aaron, your brother, will be your prophet. What do we see here? What do we see here? If we go to the Christology of John, we see where Jesus, the Word, God, was made a man. And here it is where God is making Moses like God to Pharaoh, and Aaron, his brother, as his prophet. So you see, when the clown take us to the Hebrew, he think that he was doing damage to what we believe, but he actually don't see that he's highlighting what we believe and highlighting how much Jesus is similar to Moses, and Moses is similar to Jesus, because Moses was made like unto God to Pharaoh, and Jesus was made like unto man to us. He came as a man. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we see him as the only begotten of God. Isn't that what the Bible says? So you see, Moses received the Word of God, and Moses was made like unto God to Pharaoh. And do you notice Moses sent Aaron to Pharaoh? Moses sent Aaron to Pharaoh. And what did Jesus do? Jesus sent prophet. Didn't I read the verse where Jesus was sending prophet? Didn't I do that? Where Jesus said, wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them he shall kill and crucify, and some of them he shall scourge in your synagogue and persecute them from city to city. Do you see the similarity? Is this spiritually nothing like the clown Muhammad? No, it is not. It is not spiritually nothing like the clown Muhammad, because Jesus and Moses are similar in spiritual ways. Muhammad and Moses is not similar. Even in the ways that these clowns believe that Muhammad is similar to Moses, he is not similar to Moses. There is nowhere where Moses capture a woman, capture women, and tell them, oh, go have sex with them. Nowhere. They're never similar in nowhere at all. No form, no sense, nothing whatsoever. No way, no sense. Muhammad is like the East to the West Moses. The East and the West will never join. Or the North and the South will never join, because they are opposite poles. This is what. But when you look at what we are showing you today, do you see the grand similarities? Do you see the grand similarities? My brothers, my sisters, do you see it? The Lord said, Yahweh said to Moses, Jehovah, I rather say Jehovah. Jehovah said to Moses, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother will be your prophet. And what happened to the word, the Memra, that was God? The Memra was God. In the beginning was the Memra, and the Memra was with God, and the Memra was God. And what happened to the Memra? What happened to the Memra? The Memra became flesh. The Memra became man. The Memra became human. And guess what? So the similarity is Moses, a human, was made like God to Pharaoh. Jesus, deity, God, was made like man for us. Do you see that? The similarity. Similarity. And when Moses was going to Pharaoh, who was he going to save? He was going to save Israel. He was going to save his people. Going to Pharaoh, he was going to save his people. To take his people out of bondage. And notice what? He sent his brother Aaron as his prophet to take his people out of bondage. And what did Jesus say in Matthew? Matthew 23, verse 34. Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets. He sent unto you prophets and wise men to take them what? Out of spiritual bondage. But they will kill them. And did they kill them? Yes, they killed them. Did they kill them? Yes, they killed them. So do you see? The clown have no idea what he's talking about. The clown is not ready for that. The clown is not ready for that. Hey, my brother Danny, how are you, man? God bless you, my brother. Crunchy, how are you, man? Islam is a hoax. I like this. Islam is a hoax. Allah is a liar. Muhammad is a pedo. And the Quran is satanic. Totally agree with you 100%. 100% and more. It's a hoax. These guys are selling a cat in a bag and telling you, oh, we are selling you rabbit. They're selling cats in bags, man. They come to you with cat in a bag and tell you we're selling you something good. When they are selling you demons and darkness, that's what they're selling you. And Muhammad actually say Satan was commanding him. In Sahih Muslim 28:14, Muhammad says Satan was commanding him for good. So my brother said Muhammad went. I will show you that. Okay, let's eat back this, and then I'll show you what my brother say here. So my brother said Muhammad went to visit. Muhammad went to visit Allah in Jannah. Why didn't he stay there? Because it's a nonsense. Muhammad was a liar, a notorious liar. There was no truth in Muhammad. Just a notorious liar that caught this guy. And you know, if you have no love for truth, you will follow an idiot like Muhammad. If you have no love for truth. So let's continue and show this what this clown says as we continue.
That he is not that prophet like Moses. By his own words, he's not.
Where did Jesus tell this clown that? And this is how dangerous these clowns are. Where did Jesus say that I am not the prophet like Moses? Jesus actually said, Moses wrote about me. Jesus actually said, Moses wrote about me. Do you see where we read that? Where Jesus says Moses wrote about him? So where is this clown getting this nonsense that Jesus deny that he is a prophet like John 5 verse 46. If you believe Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote about me. Do you see this? Shallow, man. Going into a book, taking things out of the context, selling stupidity about it. This is what you call a scam artist. This is a scam artist, but this is the wickedest kind of scam artist, because the scam artists and social media will scam you out of money. These clowns will scam you out of eternal life if you're not careful. If it was possible, they would have tricked the very elect. If it was possible.
Worthy of more glory than Moses, and by the writer of the book of Hebrews, he was counted worthy of more glory than Moses. However,
does Muhammad teach that he is worthy of more glory than Moses? Yes. Muhammad said he's the first one to enter Jannah. Muhammad actually said he's going to be the first one to enter Jannah. Muhammad actually says he's the only one who will make intercession for the people. He's the only one who will make intercession for the people. And these are hadiths that are found in the hadith. These are actually found in the hadith. Let me actually show you where this clown says he's the only one that will make intercession. So we know that the Bible said Jesus is the one who make intercession, but here is the clown putting himself above Jesus and putting himself, you know, if the Bible is saying that Jesus is above Moses, of more glory than Moses, but here is Muhammad putting himself above Jesus, because this is the psychopathic clown that he was. Delusion of grandeur. Delusion of grandeur. If you notice, Jesus wasn't the one writing and say, I'm above Moses. It's someone who analyzed everything, was writing and saying, hey, yes, he is above Moses. From putting things together, he is above Moses. And notice what this hadith is saying. Let me read the hadith for you. It is, let me tell you what hadith it is. It's a kind of long hadith, but I'll just read part of it. Sahih al-Bukhari, 4712, book 65, hadith 234. So Sahih al-Bukhari, 4712, book 65, hadith 234. And a lot of Christians are already familiar with this hadith. It is about Muhammad. Let me tell you how Muhammad is talking about The people will come to certain people, ask them question, and they will say, go ask Moses, go ask this person, go ask this person. That's the addict. So look at this. Let me see. Let me find Jesus, because we'll show you where the Bible put Jesus. He is acting as if he believe what the Bible say right there about Jesus. So it could never be Jesus, because this is what the Bible say about Jesus. But look at this. So the people come to Moses about something, and Moses will say, my Lord has today become angry as he had never become before, nor will become thereafter. I killed a person whom I had not been ordered to kill. Myself. Go to someone else. Go to Jesus. So they will go to Jesus and say, oh Jesus, you are Allah's messenger and his word, which he sent to Mary, and a superior soul created by him. So notice what he says here, that Jesus is a superior soul created by him. Allah. And you talk to the people while still young in the cradle. Please intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are? Jesus will say, my Lord has today become angry as he has never become before, now will ever become hereafter. So I don't know why Jesus is repeating like a robot, repeating what Moses said. But this is the ego of Muhammad, just to show you. Jesus will not mention any sin. So Jesus will not mention any sin because according to Islam, Jesus is sinless. But here it is. This sinless man, just to show you how Muhammad was evil and putting Jesus in this light as a little coward, even though he was sinless, he was like a little coward. Look at this. Jesus will not mention any sin, but will say, myself. Go to someone else. Go to Muhammad. So Jesus is actually putting Muhammad in a standard higher than himself, because he will repeat myself. What is wrong with himself? I don't know. Even though he didn't mention any sin, he keeps saying myself 3 times. Go to someone else. Go to Muhammad. So they will come to me. Look at the clown, Muhammad. the delusion of grandeur in this clown. So they will come to me and say, oh Muhammad, you are Allah's messenger and the last of the prophet, and Allah forgave your early and late sins. So Muhammad has sins. But Jesus, without any sin, would be saying, myself. Why is Jesus saying myself? But Muhammad, who have sins, early and late sins, please intercede for us with your Lord. Don't you see in what state we are in? The prophet added, then I will go beneath. Notice him. He braver than anyone, and he is the one interceding. He put himself above all the other prophets. Then I will go beneath Allah's throne and fall in prostration before my Lord. Then Allah will guide me to such praises and glorification to him as he had never guided anybody else before me. So do you see this? This clown, Shahid, is that what his name is? Shahid, he's saying that because Jesus received glorification and honor above Moses, and because Jesus was received things that Moses didn't receive, Jesus is not the prophet like Moses. But listen to what the clown Muhammad is saying. Listen to what the clown Muhammad is saying. Then I will go beneath Allah's throne and fall in prostration before my Lord, and then Allah will guide me to such praise and glorification. Allah is above the throne and Muhammad is beneath his throne. Wow. I don't know. Prostration before my Lord, and then Allah will guide me to such praises and glorification to him as he has never guided anyone else before me. Then it will be said, O Muhammad, raise your head, ask and it will be granted, intercede and your intercession will be accepted. So I will raise my head and say, my followers, O my Lord, my followers, O my Lord. It will be said, O Muhammad, let those of your followers who have no account enter through such a gate of the gate of paradise as lie on the right, and they will share the gate with the people. The prophet further said, by him whose hand are my soul, the distance between each gate. This clown, man, always making up some stuff. And then said, and swearing to his God about it. But do you see how he elevates himself above all the prophet? He's the one who can make intercession. They come to him, to all these people, and none of these people are worthy, or feel themselves worthy to make intercession except him. He didn't even say, myself, myself, myself. Even though Jesus have no sin, Jesus is shouting, myself, myself, myself. Do you see the stupidity of Islam?
This particular special prophet that they were looking for by asking John these questions shows us, and when it tells us to go back, that this prophet will be a prophet like Moses. All right. So very clear that it was not Jesus. Very clear it was not John the Baptist.
Clear to him. Clear to him. Clear to him. You know how many fools can look into a water and say it is clear. Let me show you how clear it is to him. Let me show you how clear it is to him. Let me show you how clear it is to him. I'm going to show you guys how clear it is to this guy. Just give me a minute and I will show you how clear it is to this clown. Because a clown sees things clear when it's not clear. A donkey sees things clear when it's not clear. Look at this. Look at this. This is how clear it is to him. Narrated Abu Sayyid al-Khudri. It was narrated that Abu Sayyid al-Khudri said, it was said, O Messenger of Allah, you perform wudu from the well in which the bodies of dead dog, menstrual rag, and garbage are thrown. He says, water is pure and it is not made impure by anything. Clear. No impurity. Muhammad see water clear. Nothing can make water impure. Nothing at all can make water impure. It's clear. It's clear. Even no impurities in it. This is the clown that these people follow. This is the clown that these people follow. Look at it. Sunan and Nasai. And if you look at it, it will say Asan right here. It will say Asan right here. But if you ever go to the corresponding, I'm going to show you how wicked these Muslims are. If you go to the corresponding hadith that take out the dead dog, if the bodies of dead dog is taken out and the menstrual rag is taken out, guess what? it becomes sayi. You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying when I'm telling you, if the menstrual rag is taken out, it becomes sayi. I'm going to show you. I will show you. I will go back. I will show you that when the menstrual rag is taken out, it becomes sayi. It becomes sayi when the menstrual rag is taken out. Let me see if I find it here. So when the menstrual rag is gone, it becomes sayi. But when the menstrual rag was in it, it is not sayi, brother. Christian Prince would say that. So when the menstrual rag is taken out, it is not sayi. Listen to this. There is another one. If I could find it, can you make ablution water of Buddha? I asked the prophet, we can make. So they asked him, they saw him making ablution with the water, and they says, how can you make ablution with this water? He says, nothing make water impure. And this is actually sayi because the dead dog is taken out. Because the dead dog is taken out, it is here is another one. Where he make ablution with the water that comes from his wife. His wife take a bath in water, and he make ablution in the water. So his wife wash up her body, including her private part, in the water, and Muhammad do ablution with the water. And when the wife said to him, why did you do that? He said, nothing make water impure. So, you know, but to find these hadiths sometimes it's difficult. If I add my account with me right now, I would have find it really easy for you. Very, very easy for you. If I add my I have an account I have an account with Grammarly, and on my Grammarly account I have it. The message always says what is it? Let me see if I could. It's hard to find. But anyway, let's get out of that, because there's another one that actually says they take the dead dog out of it. The dead dog is no longer in it, and it's about it is about garbage. So let me see if I put garbage here, Garbage. Then all of a sudden, when it's only garbage, it is I don't know why I can't find it. Let me see if my brother Sam Shamoon have it here. No. I know it's soon. I know it's Sunan and Nasai, the same Sunan and Nasai, but it is. It is a different one. But anyway, he said nothing make water impure. But if you look, I'm gonna show you guys another day. I'll be with you guys another day so you guys could. Okay, let's try this. This might be the one that shows all the hadith. Okay, here we go. So this one shows the hadith. I think these are the hadith. So let's see. But it doesn't show the grade. Oh, this says sound here. Okay, so here, look at this. Look at this. Said the sea water, okay. Narrated, water is purer and nothing can make it impure. So he actually said nothing make water impure. And this is sound, you know. Ibn Majah, if weak, this is weak, according to them. Narrated, Umar, if there's enough water to fill. Narrated, none of you should take bath in. So we are not actually seeing that one. But when they take the water, when they take the dead dog and the menstrual rag out, all of a sudden it become what they want it to be. So just just wanted to show you guys that, but just to show you what Muhammad was like. So when the guy is saying that it is clear, we understand what he means, because only a fool would see that it's something that is talking about Jesus is clearly not talking about Jesus.
So we were ended on that, and again we reiterate that it was indeed the Prophet Muhammad who came. He did not speak on his own. He spoke only that which was revealed to him. He, in fact, did invite the Israelites to come back into the graces of God after their disobedience and rebellion, as well as inviting others.
Do you see? So the Israelites need to come in back into the grace of God. But we see what it means for the Israelite to come into the grace of God. The Israelite to come into the grace of God is to follow the Messiah, because the Messiah told us that salvation is from the Jews. The Israelite to come into the grace of God is not to go to Islam. It's not to follow Islam. No, it's not. In order to get back into the grace of God, you have to follow the Messiah. Because if you are to follow the logic of this clown, which we know it is true, because the Bible did say that, but the interpretation is incorrect when it comes to the Jews saying, we know that the Messiah must abide forever. So how is it saying that you will be taken? When Jesus said he will be lifted up, that means he will leave the earth. The Jews asked him, said to him, we know that the Messiah will abide forever. So how are you saying that you will be lifted up? That's what they asked him. You know, they asking him these questions. Why are you telling us, that is John 12 verse 34, he said, why are you telling us that you will be lifted up? He said, because the Jews did not understand what he was saying. But if you read it, let me read it for you guys and kind of show you. If we have to follow this, then we would know, we have to follow the Jews, then we would know that the Messiah is the one that will abide forever. So whose law should you follow? Whose law should you follow? Because the Tanakh actually tell you that the Messiah will abide forever, but they misunderstand what it means that the Messiah will abide forever. Because the Tanakh said his kingdom is, he will be given a kingdom which is an everlasting kingdom. He will be given a kingdom that will, and even the angel that came to notice this clown is going around quoting Luke, and he quoting John and quoting Mark. But if you look at what the angel says to Mary, he said he will have an everlasting kingdom and he shall rule over the house of Jacob forever. So why was Muhammad going to the Jews, because Muhammad was a fraud. Muhammad was a fraud, and that's why he was going to the Jews. Jesus said in 32, John 12, verse 32, we read down, and I, when I am lifted up from this earth, will draw everyone to myself. Notice what he said, when I am lifted up from this earth. He said this to indicate the kind of death that he was going to die. So he was going to die and be resurrected. But he said he will be lifted up from the earth. Even the crowd didn't understand exactly what he was saying. But what they said to him, the crowd replied, we heard from the law that the Christ will remain forever. So how can you say that the Son of Man will be lifted up? Who is the Son of Man? So do you see? They did not understand totally, but from the Torah, they know that the Messiah will abide forever. Because the Messiah will be given an everlasting kingdom, and from that moment, his kingdom shall last forever. This is let me show you what the angel says in Luke 1, verse 33. Here is the angel speaking. He will be great, talking about Jesus. He will be great and be called the Son of the Most High God. The Lord will give him the throne of his father David. However, his kingdom will never end. His kingdom will never end. So the angel was echoing even that. But when will he be given a kingdom? When was he given the totality of the kingdom? When did he give was given authority over the kingdom? After his resurrection. That's when he was given the kingdom. When he came from the grave, he says, all authority in heaven and earth is given to me. So this is the kingdom that he has. We are now in his kingdom. Satan is living for a time in his kingdom. So when the Jews were thinking like, oh, it's going to be a manifest kingdom that you will see manifest at that moment, and the Messiah will be this great king that rule them and they dominate the world. But this is not what was written in the Tanakh. They weren't reading the Tanakh right, and this is why they got it wrong, that there was 3 prophets that's supposed to come. Elijah, the Messiah, and the prophet. They didn't see it the way it's written. The prophet is equal to the Messiah. The prophet is the same as the Messiah. The prophet is not different from the Messiah. So
come and be guided as well. We'll end it there.
So we're going to play a little part from our brother.
Thank you, Shadid.
We play a little part from our brother Anthony Rogers, just to show you that Anthony Rogers, you know, this guy take it off to a side. And when to me, when you have a Muslim who not debating the topic, follow him and destroy him. I don't believe that you just keep on script. No, follow him, because that's where he's going. Since he opened the floodgate for these things, go down the flood, go with him and let him drown himself. Because you have a life vest on, he doesn't. So follow him. The Holy Spirit is your life vest. So let it go. Okay, since this is where you want to go, let's go.
So we will go ahead and turn it on over to Reverend Anthony Rogers for his opening. Put you on up.
All right, thank you. I want to begin by giving all praise and thanks to the only true triune God, the God who loved his people, gave his son on their behalf, and poured out his spirit so that they might believe in him, love him, worship him, and serve him. It's that God that my hope for Shadid and others, it's my hope that they'll come to know him. And for that reason, I engage in debates of this sort. Now, I have to begin by addressing an elephant in the room. Shadid has appealed to John chapter 1 in order to prove that Muhammad was the prophet spoken of there and predicted as yet to come. And yet, one couldn't choose a text that's more explicit and clear with respect to the divine identity of Jesus, something that Muhammad, as a self-proclaimed prophet, vociferously opposed. In fact, Shadid even read in the text where John, when he said who he is, in contrast to who he's not, he read the words of John when John said, I am a voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord, as Isaiah the prophet said. So John came to prepare the way for Jesus as the Lord. The idea that then Muhammad would be the prophet mentioned here and the prophet would explicitly contradict that is not only passing strange, but just patently absurd. There's another elephant in the room here. According to this text, it's the religious leaders who are opposed to both John and Jesus who make the distinction between Elijah, the prophet, and the Christ. When John responds in the negative, he's simply denying or negating that he is who they are asking him about. He's not affirming their false understanding of those things. In fact, the very fact that John could say he's not Elijah shows that it's...
Do you notice what the brother says? That is the religious leaders, the false religious leaders, because Jesus called them hypocrite and called them fools, blind guides. And this is what this clown decided to follow. So I want to say, man, peace out to everyone. And I appreciate you guys coming by, dropping by, and listening to me. I really totally appreciate it. And thank you so much. So I like this comment right here. This channel is a gift from God. Thank you. A lot of people watch the crap on YouTube instead of following channels like this one. Thank you so much, man. It actually is a gift given to me by a brother. So it actually is a gift from God. And I totally believe that. And look at this clown. There's a clown here. I didn't even notice there was a clown here. He says, as far as I know, Christians cannot wash their butt. Then they talk about Muslim and Muhammad. The stupidity of this guy right here. Let's just reveal this guy for a little bit. You notice he's talking about washing their butt, and Muslims wash their butt with their hands. They literally clean their butt with their hands. They go to the toilet and they clean their butt with their hands. And then they claim they're cleaning their butt. You know, so you go to a public toilet in an airport and you needed to use the bathroom. Diarrhea came down on you, because some people have diarrhea by what they eat. Might drink some milk or something like that, have diarrhea. And then this guy is saying that Muslims know to clean their butt. As far as I know, Christian cannot wash their butt, but he talks about Muslim and Muhammad. Can wash their butt. How does a Muslim wash his butt? With his bare hand. He take water from the top and wash his butt with his bare hand. You know, in Muslim in today's world, if a Muslim is walking down the street, say he going for a jog, and he happened to have diarrhea, and he went into a public bathroom or a gas station bathroom, and he decided to use the bathroom. He used his hands to wash his butt, because that's what Muhammad told him to do, to use his hands to wash his butt. Some of them don't use toilet paper to wash their butts. I don't know what this clown talking about. And then if you notice, this clown is talking about washing your butt. If you visit my other channel, which is called Islam is a Mess, you will see a video there. Let me put the name of the channel here so you guys could see. You will see a video there. You will see a video there. This is the name of the channel. You will see a video there that shows, and you see this icon here is actually from the channel, with the eye here. You will see a video there that shows a Muslim eating Muhammad's poop. Literally, Muhammad poop, and the Muslim pick up Muhammad's poop and eat it. So at the end of the day, I don't know why this guy fascinated with people cleaning their butt. People clean, they don't know how to clean their butt. I don't know what is wrong with this guy, man. What Muslim know how to clean his butt? So the clown says, as far as I know, Christian cannot wash their butt. This, so I don't know what he's talking about. Let's. Why is he mentioning people's butt? You're a butt lover. Stop it, brother. Stop thinking about people's butt. Do you resent me that I worship one God? How do you know that your God is one, you clown? Your God is called we. Your God is called we. Him. Your God is called we, us, ourselves, but you call your God one. Didn't your brother attempt to kill an author the other day? Your Muslim brother attempt to kill an author, Salman Rushdie. And the reason your brother attempt to kill the man is because Muhammad attempt to give you 3 additional gods. Al-Huzza, Manat, and Alat. Muhammad attempted to give you pagans 3 additional gods. And we see in the Quran, Muhammad called his God we, ourselves, ears, H-E-I-R-S, plural, all these plural names for your one God. Why? The same man that attempt to give you 3 additional God have so many names for your so many plural pronoun used for your one God. And now let's read the rest of what this idiot says. One God. So you got one God who call himself we, ourselves, us. It's so stupid that your God is so stupid that, let me show you how stupid your God. Thank you. That's a cult. Let me show him how stupid your God is, and that your God is a no God, and an invention, and a stupid donkey of a God. Let me show you, since you want to be a part of this. Let me show you how stupid your God, Mr. Issa. Let me show you how stupid your God is. If you look at Surah 21, verse 17, Surah 21, verse 17, it says, if Allah wished to take a pastime, he could take it from us. Ibn Abbas, who is Muhammad's cousin, who is called the ink of the Ummah, the one who Muhammad says he asked Allah to give him the ability to interpret the Quran, and Allah granted it to him. Ibn Abbas says the verse, the pastime that Allah could have taken is a wife or a son. A wife or a son. My question to you is, what would your God do with the wife? If you could take a wife or a son, what would your God do with the wife? Is your one God a hermaphrodite? Like, you know, Islam teaches that Satan is a hermaphrodite. That Satan, all the jinns are offspring of Satan. I want to know if your God, your genie God, I want to know if your genie God have a vagina and a penis like Iblis, and this is why if he wanted to take a wife from us, he could take a wife, when us mean himself. Some of the tafsir said if he wanted a wife, he could take a wife from the Oris, from the Or. Since you mentioned the name Or, because it seems like Or is filled, your head is filled with Or. So your prophets say, the interpreters, the tafsir of that stupid verse says that your God could take a wife from the Oris of Janna, from the Orlean of Janna. So I want to ask you, does your God have a penis to the point where he would have sex with Ors of Janna? Remember that your God is not like Jesus, who came as a man. So what is your God doing with a penis? And actually, in Surah 6, verse 101, your God said, how can I have a son when I have no wife? That means your God needs sex to have a son. Does your God have a penis? I know your God have a leg that he will put in hellfire, but does he have a penis? Why is he thinking about having sex when sons doesn't have to come through sex? Mary didn't have sex to have her son, but your God is thinking about having sex to have her son. And since you mentioned the word whore, he said, most of you are a whore. Very bad English here, you stupid clown. Most of you are a whore. Even me, who don't speak good English, this is very bad English. So many people can be one whore. And one God can be many, we, us, and ours. You're one God, as you're boasting about your one God. Your God is not one, you stupid clown. Muhammad had idolatry in this God called Allah. Your God is many. Alat, Manat, Al-Uzza, and all of them. That's what your God is. And then you're talking about whore. And do you know, all the Christian here, do you know that Allah, do you know that in Muslim countries are the most porn-watching countries in the world, but they are here calling people whore? They are the whores, but they're whoring their house. Their houses are whore houses because Muslims watch the most porn. Look it up if you think I'm lying. The most porn-watching country in the world, and see if it is not Muslim countries. Pakistan is number one, but this idiot is calling people whore. You're just a whore in your house. You're not a public whore. You're just a whore in your house. That's what you are. And your prophet was a dirty whore who went to his adopted son's house and saw his adopted son's wife naked and said, blessed is the God, I'm paraphrasing him, who moves the art. So his art was moved when he saw and he said, his God did it. Lust after the man's wife, and to the point where he took the man's wife. He told the man, keep your wife and fear God. But he says, it is God who moves his art. Do you see the stupidity that you call God? You call God. Your prophet went to Zainab's house and saw Zainab almost naked. And he says, paraphrasing him, blessed is the God who moved the art of men, or something like that. So he's saying it is his God who moved his art to lust after his adopted son's wife. But then he told his adopted son, fear God and keep your wife. So which God was he telling his adopted son to fear? This is why we have all these subliminal messages in Islam. My friend, you don't have a God. You have the ego of a nasty, dirty bastard called Muhammad. That's what you have. You don't have a God. So all this ranting and this talking, you're talking and running off your stupid mouth. You don't have a God. Muhammad was a madman, an egotistical madman. And what you worship as God is Muhammad's alter ego. And your news of me is worse than that of God's wrath. And what he says, and your news of me is worse than God's wrath on them and made them among them monkey and pig. This is the stupidity of Muhammad. Where is the history that the Jews were made into monkey and pig? See, this is how dumb you are, following the naive, delusional mind of a donkey. Greetings, greetings, 13 above. Greetings. Seems like you come from a cold climate. 13 above is cold. even though 13 below is colder. But do you see the nonsense that you come here with? Talking about God turned Jews into pig. Where is the historical background for that? Your God is the ego and the stupidity of Muhammad and turned people into monkey and pig. Your God is a donkey. Your God is a donkey. Your prophet is a donkey and your God is a donkey. The other side of your stupid prophet is your God. Stop talking nonsense here. If you come here to talk makes sense, because you're not making any sense. Who was turned into monkey and pigs? Who was turned into monkey and pig? Where's your proof? From the idiot Muhammad, from his stupid lips? That's your only proof that Jews were turned into monkey and pigs? Where was that written before Muhammad that Jews were turned into monkey and pigs? If anytime you can find that book that say Jews were turned into monkey and pigs, anytime you can find that historical book, your prophet was a nasty idiot walking around with semen on his clothes and all this stupidity. A dirty bastard. You come here upholding that stupidity. Walk away, clown. You want to be a part of the show. There you go. What an idiot, man. What an idiot. He actually believed that Jews were turned into... Hey, do you want to see... Let's share you. Let's turn this... Let's laugh at this clown a little bit more, and then we praise God and get out of here. And I will see you guys tomorrow if it is God's will, because I'm back tomorrow to talk about the rest of the video. Because I thank my brother Shake and Bake, for the platform he gave to me. I respect him. I thank him, and God bless him. And as I say, brother, if you're listening, if you ever need anything, man, and I can help, man, let me know. You let me know. Let me show you something from the clown. Let me show you something that your prophet was a mad donkey. Your prophet was nothing but a mad jackass. That's what your prophet was. You sitting here talking nonsense. Your prophet was nothing but a mad donkey. Let me show you that your prophet was a donkey. I can't find the hadith, so I just go to my brother Sam Shamoun thing, and I will find it. Just to show you guys what kind of prophet this clown have. When he's sitting here trying to let me show you what kind of prophet this clown have. Just show you. But Jews were turned into monkeys and pigs. It's a stupid lie make up by the hatred of Muhammad. Muhammad was just a man who ate the Jews, and you actually helping us to prove that Muhammad is not the prophet sent to the Jews. He's a lying, dirty bastard. That's what he is. He was not a real prophet. You're right. Shalom. Shalom and shalom. Let me show you that Muhammad was just nothing, a nobody, a total nobody. Let me show you this. Look at this right here. My people, I have the hadith on my other platform, and I will show you guys, but I went to this Answering Islam since I couldn't find it quickly enough to show you guys. But we could copy and paste and show where it comes from, just to show these clowns that we don't make up anything here. It's one thing here, we don't make up anything. Okay, let's put in fingers, and I'll show you how stupid this prophet that these idiots follow. Watch this. Do you see the word finger here? Let me make sure that you guys are seeing it big. Because Muhammad was a madman, a dirty madman, a very, very bad man. He was a madman. I told you I'm Jamaican and I sing. So this is Sunan Abu Dawud, book 27, number 3786. Narrated Tabit ibn Wahida. We were in an army with the apostle of Allah. We got some lizards. I roasted one lizard and brought it to the apostle of Allah and placed it before him. He took a stick and count its fingers. Do you see the clown that Muhammad is? Notice what the clown says. Do you see what this clown says? Let me make sure that you guys are seeing. If you notice what the clown says in his comment, that and your news of me is worse than that of God's wrath on them, meaning the Jews, and made them among them monkey and pig. So this is the clown believing that Allah did turn Allah turn the Jews into monkey and pig. What a stupid clown. This clown actually believes this is historical, that Jews were turned into monkey and pig. But look, let's look what Muhammad say about this monkey and pig situation. He took a stick, so they roast a lizard and they bring the lizard to Muhammad, and Muhammad took a stick and counted the finger of the lizard. He then said, a group of the children of Israel was transformed into an animal of the land. Notice he said an animal, not monkey and pig, because Muhammad was a two-mouthed bastard. 1 minute is one mouth is saying this, and the next minute another mouth is saying something. This is what Muhammad was, a two-mouthed bastard. That's all he was. Running off his stupid mouth and forget what he says. He even was forgetting the Quran that he gave. That's another issue. But Muhammad was so forgetful that he was forgetting the Quran that he gave. So, oh no, not the big bad mighty list. Do you see the stupidity of this idiot Muhammad? So he forget what animal the Jews were turned into, but guess what? This clown is brave enough. This clown is brave enough to tell you what kind of animal they were turned into. Monkey and pig, but the clown Muhammad could not remember what kind of animal they were turned into, so he had to count the lizard's finger. This is what you call schizophrenia. And my sister, my brother said it right. I think it's a brother that said it. Let me see, or a sister, I don't know if you're a male or female. Forgive me if I call you a male when you are a female, and forgive me if I call you a female when you are a male. 13 above says, Allah, messenger of schizophrenia, thought he was a real prophet. Do you see that this is schizophrenia? The clown took a stick, they roasted a lizard, a desert lizard, and you know that they have in the desert area, they have these shiny lizards that run around, fat lizards that run around. So they roasted a lizard. Oh, I'm a brother. Thank you, man. My name is Freddie. Hey, Freddie, how are you? Don't listen to me, Freddie. I'm crazy. When it comes to the reggae music, get into my head. This is it. Momo was on. Momo only had fairy tale. Do you see the clown? So this clown is actually saying that Allah turned the Jews into monkey and pig, but the clown Muhammad could not remember what animal the Jews were turned into. He then said a group of the children of Israel was transformed into an animal of the land. And do you notice monkey is an animal of the land and pig is an animal of the land, but he said an animal of the land, and I do not know which animal it was. He did not eat eat, nor did he forbid to eat it. So this, do you show you how stupid Muhammad was? He didn't eat it because he didn't know if this was the animal that the Jews were transformed into, but he didn't forbid to eat it. So he allowed his men to eat what possibly is a Jew. Shake your shake. What a beautiful Muhammad, man. I would never follow Muhammad, man. If I had to follow, if they say, hey, Muhammad alone, because I'm not a small guy, you know, I'm fairly muscular guy. I have a little guns here, not the biggest guns, but I got some guns. But if Muhammad have no sword at all, and I know I'm bigger than Muhammad because I heard he was a short, fat guy. And they say, follow Muhammad around this corner and you will get $1 billion. I would not follow Muhammad. Just to go around the corner. I would never follow him around a corner. This man was a madman. He took a stick and count its finger. So they gave him a lizard, a roasted lizard. He took a stick and counted his finger. He then said, a group of the children of Israel was transformed into an animal of the land, and I do not know which one animal it was. He did not eat it, nor did he forbid eating it. So guess what? Oh boy, they eat a Jew. This religion is a religion of donkeys. And when I say donkey, I'm not talking about the regular people who don't understand and don't go as far as we are going right now. We are talking about people like Issa who come here making this stupid comment. So remember we were talking about Muhammad is like the prophet of Moses. Moses forbid eating lizard. Moses forbid people eating lizard, and Muhammad did not forbid eating lizard right here. He allowed them to eat the lizard. But he himself would not eat it because he believed he was a Jew. Do you see the mindset of this clown? Oh, my Father who art in heaven, forgive us of our trespasses and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the glory, the power and the glory. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, man. Wow. Man. What a religion. This is not even a religion, man. My brother said Muhammad was a pig after he visited his 9 wives in one night, then bathed after the last. And we show where Muhammad was taking bath in water with dead dogs. This clown hated the Jews, so it was so good that this clown came along called Issa, because he shows he further helped us to prove that Muhammad is not the prophet like Moses. Muhammad was a false schizophrenic donkey. He said, Sheikh Break said, Jibril didn't give Mo. No, he didn't tell him what kind of animal they were turned into. Muhammad was a very forgetful person. He used to even forget the Quran. He used to forget the Quran itself. And these guys talk about perfect preservation. Even the Sahaba themselves used to forget what the Quran. They used to mix up the Quran with the Hadith. They used to mix up the Quran with the Hadith. They would quote verses and quote Hadith and say that it is Hadith. And other people would say that, no, this is a Quran verse. This is literally a Quran verse. this this is ridiculous, man. Oh man, this is crazy. Troy says Mohammed was a big, oh no, this is what Troy says, only a fool would follow Momo. Literally, I agree with you, man. I agree with you, man. So I gotta get ready for work, my brothers and my sisters and my friends and all the Muslims. And I love the Muslims. Don't get it twisted. I love the Muslims. Not because I use this platform to reveal idiotic Muslim. That doesn't mean that I don't love Muslims. I love the Muslim. I would like to see them move from the stupidity of this dumb man called Muhammad and come to Jesus Christ and start following people. The stupidity of Islam. So everyone subscribe to the channel. Islam is a mess. Yes, Islam is a mess is my other channel. Subscribe to the channel. The brother here, this kind brother here gave me this channel. You know, the brother I'm showing right now, he's the one who gave me this channel, and I respect him, and I respect all of you all. But you know, for him to give me a platform like this where I could make more impact, I really, really appreciate it. I totally appreciate it. I take my hats off to him. I couldn't believe when he said it. I didn't actually believe him, you know, because you know, Muslim come along with always coming telling lies. I thought he was a Muslim, but he's my brother, and we spoke, and it's even now, you know, I told my wife, and my wife was like, what? She could not believe that somebody gave me a channel with so many subscribers, and that's cool. I respect that. So I want to say all praises to the triune God, the God who is above all gods, the God who gave the wisdom to decipher things and to make sense of sensible things and to make nonsense of things that are nonsense. And as I have always say on my other channel, Islam is nothing but pure. Let me put it this way. Pure nonsense. Pure nonsense. Jesus is the Lord of Lords and the Kings of Kings. What is the link to the next other channel? Let me find it. The brother asked, what's the link to the other channel? So let me find the link to the other channel real fast, so I could share it there. I love you, Jesus. I needed you so ill. Sorry. And I don't have that kind of voice. I have a reggae voice. So help me, Jesus. My soul's in your hand. Now that I know that I needed you, so help me, Jesus. Okay. So here is a link that will take you to the other channel. So let me get here and put this link in, and this link will take you to the other channel. And that's a reggae song. If you guys they like reggae gospel, you could go to you're welcome, my brother. If you guys like reggae gospel, you could go to Grace Thrillers. There's a reggae gospel singers from way back in the days when I was a child growing up in Jamaica. They used to sing the real gospel that make you wanna like, wow, this is cool. It make you feel so comfortable and secure in God, you know, especially when you know you're living, your life is in line with the word of Christ. It bring this comfort to your heart, you know. And as I say, man, we are a community, all of us, everybody on this channel, we are family. It's, you know, we want, this is how I wanted, I did my old channel, the other channel, and this is how I want to continue here. We are family. All of us, we are family, man. This is not, I'm the big dog and you are this, and no, we are, this channel is our channel. Anyone want to come on this channel and share, as long as you are respectful to the Messiah, respectful to his Father, respectful to the Holy Spirit, it's cool. Even if you disrespect me, it's not my problem, you know, because I know how to handle mine. But be respectful to the Messiah. Be respectful to his Father. Be respectful to the Holy Spirit. You could come and chat as long as you want. This is our channel. The brother gave this channel to me, and he gave it to all of us. It is our channel. In whatever you guys want, if you guys see something you want me to feature, as long as it won't have copyright strike, you know, we will feature it and talk about it. Any issue that you want us to talk about, whether from the Bible or the Quran or from the Hadith, we can talk about it. If it's from the Bible and I know someone who explained it better, then I will get a video from their channel. You know, we have, or I invite someone on that have more knowledge on these issues, because I'm not going to say I'm the most knowledgeable. I am not the most knowledgeable. We are learning. We are learning together. And that's what we do here. So peace out. It's 18 minutes after 6 where I am, and I'm going to rush to the shower. But I'm not going to take bath in sewage water like Mohammed. So anyway, my people, let's run out of here, and God bless you and be safe. And I always say, keep it Jesus, 100% Jesus. Whatever you do, keep it Jesus, because he is the way, the truth, and the life. You know, is a way we follow. And I appreciate that. You know, tomorrow we'll be back on if it's God's will, because we always should say this. If it's God's will, we'll be back on. You know, this might be the last time you'll hear my voice. You know, so we got to say, if it is God's will. My brother Shake and Bake, God bless you. God bless you. 13 above. God bless you all. Troy English, God bless. Das Collective 2.0, God bless. God bless everyone here. Daniel Alvarez, God bless you. It was this Shakespeare. Was like Shakespeare. Or is it Beer or beer? You can look like beer. I don't know, I'm not sure. God bless you all, man, and thank you for coming out, man, and share the video so that more people will know that, hey, you know, we are out here. Branimir, Issa, even Issa, thank you for coming out. Nobody, thank you for coming out. Crunchy, thank you for coming out. Everyone who is here. Tippy Bear, Great Commissioner. Who else is out here? Thank you, all of you guys, man, for coming out, man. I appreciate you coming out, listening to a Jamaican. DS Light 7, thank you for coming out. Everybody, man, everybody. Nim Grace, thank you for being out. And I say peace out. I gotta go to work. I'm a nurse. I take care of people who can't take care of themselves, so I got to be there to make sure that these people are taken care of. So God bless you all. And bye next time, man. Next time.